Lu Tianyi, the owner of the wish talent in the Absolute Blue Star world. In order to escape from the world of Absolute Blue Star and embark on the path of transcendental immortality, he made wishes for 10 consecutive years and finally pried open a little rule. At a specific location, he passed through the cracks in time and space, and his body and soul were returned to their original state, wrapped in the miraculous power brought by the 10-year wish, and left the Julian Blue Star. Reincarnated. In the 28th year of Konoha, in the Uchiha clan territory, in a room in the clan chief's courtyard. I didn't expect to be reborn in the Hokage world, as Uchiha Fugaku's younger brother, the second son of the clan leader's family? Although it is very different from the immortal cultivation world I expected, it is at least an extraordinary world. Lu Tianyi slowly digested the memories of his past life that had just awakened. He rubbed his swollen eyebrows with his right fingers and muttered to himself. It turned out that he had just successfully extracted the first strand of chakra, and as a result, successfully activated the talent of wish that he had in his previous life and awakened his wisdom from his previous life. At the same time, the soul of the previous life was perfectly and completely integrated into the soul of this life, making Tianyi feel that his mind was clear and his mental strength and understanding soared. The thinking is many times more sensitive. In order to explore the path to transcendence and immortality in his previous life, Tianyi had placed many wishes on his talent for comprehension. In this life, these wishes were also reincarnated along with his soul. Unfortunately, the attribute panel was not inherited. It seems that I have to spend my wishes to make a new one. Tianyi thought to himself after trying to summon the attribute panel in his mind and failing. Fortunately, after Lu Tianyi sensed his talent, he learned that since his rebirth, his wish talent has accumulated 1,827 opportunities to make a wish. Well, add once a day. What a pleasant surprise. Lu Tianyi was slightly delighted, and immediately said to himself, I made a wish and got a castrated attribute panel, only displaying attributes and proficiency. The next moment, Lu Tianyi, now Uchiha Tianyi, received feedback on his talent. Just making a wish once was far from enough to obtain this ability, he needed 99 wishes. It's more expensive than the attribute panel in my previous life. Because it's extraordinary? He immediately used up 99 wishes and made another wish. Suddenly, some kind of change occurred in the sea, and a special mysterious rune took shape in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, a large amount of information flooded into his mind and was quickly digested and absorbed by him. Then, he thought to himself, open the attribute panel. A screen of light that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Open black lens bracket Uchiha Tianyi close black lens bracket, talent. Make a wish, LV1, 9 100ths, 1 small wish per day. Qualifications. Ninjutsu, medium, 23 100ths, constitution, lower, 9 tenths. Yin done. Superior, 999 1000ths, comprehension. Cage level, 67 10,000ths, kendo. Medium, 23 100ths, space. Cage level, 9,999 10,000ths. Uchiha bloodline, superior. 121 1000ths, activation development. 1.1%. Open black lens bracket chakra attributes close black lens bracket. Wind, thunder, fire, yin, bloodline Genkei. Sharingan, Yanwang. Skills. National martial arts, divine power, incomplete, not entry level. Uchiha chakra refining, entry level 1%. Uchiha basic physical technique, proficient 12%. Seal art, proficient 15%. 2 seals per second. Uchiha throwing, proficient 34%. Cooking, max. Number of wishes, 1727 times. Sure enough, the aptitude for understanding from the previous life was completely inherited, and even increased a little. The only thing left of my martial arts skills is my understanding. I have to start practicing from the beginning. Fortunately, with the previous insights, the speed will be much faster. Not bad. The aptitude for yin done is closely related to mental strength and soul strength, so it's not surprising to have such a level. Ninjutsu, physical fitness, kendo and Uchiha bloodline qualifications are all acquired in this life. As for my spatial aptitude, I didn't have it in my previous life, And it shouldn't be this high in this life. It should be the influence of the time travel process. That's great. TNE analyzed happily. He felt that his spatial talent might be much stronger than that of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. The key is that he can also make a wish to continue to improve his various qualifications. That's right. The talent of wishing is so versatile and awesome. The ninja world is not peaceful, especially since I was born in Uchiha and am Fugaku's younger brother. It's the 28th year of Konoha now, and the Second Ninja World War will begin in a few years. The most urgent task is to improve my own strength as quickly as possible. Now that I have accumulated so many wishes, I will first improve my ninja qualifications so that I can grow up as quickly as possible. Of course, it is also possible to make a wish directly to improve your strength. But the price-performance ratio is too low. He had been tested in his previous life. The knowledge and information type of wish consumption is the smallest. Talent and strength improvement categories come second. Making wishes with physical objects costs the most and is the least cost-effective. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tieni immediately started making wishes in batches again. I made a wish, spending 78 wishes to maximize my permanent improvement of my ninjutsu qualifications. I made a wish, consuming 102 wishes, to maximize and permanently improve my physical qualifications. I make a wish, consuming 2 wishes, to maximize and permanently improve my Yin Dan qualifications. I made a wish, spending 78 wishes to maximize my permanent improvement of my Kendo aptitude. I make a wish, consuming 2 wishes, to maximize and permanently improve my space qualifications. As he made each wish, Uchiha Tenichi felt a warm current flowing through his body. I feel that my body is stronger and more flexible, my strength seems to have been greatly improved, my mental strength has also been greatly enhanced, and my mind has become much clearer and more sensitive. The amount of chakra that had just been extracted had only increased more than tenfold. I have just begun to develop and refine chakra, and the potential of chakra that can be tapped in the future will also skyrocket. The sensory thinking ability, memory, and comprehension ability have all been greatly improved. My ability to perceive space has undergone a qualitative change. He seemed to be able to easily sense the spatial fluctuations and even spatial nodes in the surrounding space, and could accurately lock onto these spatial nodes and fluctuations. Qualifications: Ninjutsu, Superior, 1/1000, Constitution, Superior, 1/1000, Yin Dan. Cage level, 1/10,000, Comprehension. Cage level, 567 10,000, Kendo, Superior, 1/1000, Space. Super cage level, 1/100,000, Uchiha Bloodline, Superior, 121 1,000, Activation Development Degree, 1.1%. Number of wishes, 1465 times. Will the improvement of Yin Dan's aptitude lead to the improvement of comprehension? Yin Dan involves the soul and mental power, which makes sense. Tieni looked at the changes on the attribute panel, touched his chin and nodded in realization. This is a pleasant surprise. Although it seems that his comprehension has only increased by 500 points, compared to before the improvement, Tieni feels that his comprehension has more than doubled. It is conceivable how terrifying it would be if one's comprehension were raised to super cage level. Keep testing. After Uchiha Tieni digested this improvement in qualifications, he did not stop there, but continued to make wishes. I make a wish, within one wish, to permanently improve my ninja qualifications in all aspects. The next moment, he found that the values on the attribute panel had not changed, but he had received subtle improvements in all aspects. Immediately make another wish 3 times. Looking at the attribute panel again, I found that except for the space qualification, sword qualification and Uchiha bloodline, the ninjutsu, physique, yin escape, understanding and qualification were all improved by 1 point. Tieni understood immediately and thought, sure enough, ninjutsu, physique, yin escape, and comprehension include the full range of qualifications of ordinary ninjas? That's good too, it will be much easier to upgrade in the future. I made a wish, how can I get the best way to open Sharingan that suits me best? Close black lens bracket. The next moment, a lot of information flooded into Uchiha Tieni's mind. Method 1. Consume 1000 wishes and make a wish directly to obtain the Sharingan eye-opening training method that best suits you. Method 2. Consume 10 wishes to maximize your comprehension in the next 3 minutes. Based on the Uchiha meditation method, combined with the many meditation methods and visualization methods in your past life memories, the Uchiha clan's knowledge and information about Sharingan, etc., you can 100% create the best Sharingan eye-opening practice method that suits you best. Method 3. Directly consume 90 wishes to increase the Uchiha bloodline development to 10.1%, and you can directly open 1 Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha Tien digested this information, raised his eyebrows slightly, and thought to himself, "Huh? There are 3 ways?" However, method 1 is too cost-effective and wasteful. The same goes for method 3. I can completely rely on my own practice to develop my bloodline and open my eyes. There is no need to waste so many wishes to upgrade. The number of wishes is still very precious. With Tianyi's current level 1 wish talent, he can only make 1 wish per day, so he can't afford to waste it. So, Tianyi decided to choose the second method. However, there is no rush for now, as he still has some things to test. After all the tests are completed, you can plan the use of the wishes and try to maximize the effect of using these accumulated wishes. After all, if you want to have so many wishes again in the future, you can only accumulate them slowly. Immediately, Tianyi continued to make a wish. I made a wish. How can I get the best way to open the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that suits me best? Method 1. After opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, consume 10,000 wishes to directly open the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Method 2. Directly consume 10,111 wishes to directly open the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Method 3. Consume 94.34 million wishes to raise your comprehension to Super Cage level. Then consume 1000 wishes to maximize your comprehension in the next 3 minutes, reaching 100% progress in the enlightenment state. You can create the most suitable eternal Mangekyo Sharingan training method for you, which includes Sharingan eye-opening meditation, advanced perfect 3 Magatama training method and the final perfect eternal eye training method. Close black lens bracket. Hiss. If we use a level 1 wish talent to convert 10,000 wishes, wouldn't that take more than 20 years? I can't wait. It may look good to achieve cage level status in your 30s, but I'm already cheating, so it's too slow. It seems that I have to find a way to improve my wish talent level as soon as possible. After receiving and digesting this information, even though Uchiha Tianyi was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp and thought to himself. However, improving the level of wish talent requires luck. Improving one's own luck involves many aspects. Improving personal strength, fame, influence, status, influence on the ninja world, etc. can all improve one's own luck. These will also be the directions that Tianyi will work towards in the future. I made a wish. How can I get the best chakra refining method that suits me best? Close black lens bracket. 5 wishes maximize the blessing of 5 minutes of understanding for deduction. This is easy, just 5 wishes. Then if I collect and memorize more chakra refining techniques and related experience and knowledge, will the number of wishes required be less? Uchiha Tianyi stroked his chin and pondered in his heart. He thought he could give it a try later. Saving a wish every time is a good thing. I wish, how can I obtain the chakra cultivation method that is most suitable for me, which can be permanently stored, accumulated, purified and promoted, so that the chakra cultivation system can be further improved? Method 1. Consume 1000 wishes to maximize your comprehension in the next 3 minutes, and reach 100% enlightenment state, creating the chakra circulation practice method. You can accumulate chakra through circulation, expand your tendons, and open up the middle dantian to store and accumulate chakra. Reading the knowledge and information about the human body in this world can greatly reduce the number of wishes required, and obtaining the white eyes can also slightly reduce the number of wishes required. Close black lens bracket. Method 2. Consume 10,000 wishes to make a wish, and you can directly obtain the chakra Joshin moving method. 1,000 times? That's still too much. It seems that I need to focus on improving my understanding and accumulating more knowledge about chakra in the future. Uchiha Tianyi digested the feedback from the wish, shook his head helplessly, and thought to himself. I can only read all the relevant books I can find at home and in my clan first. Thinking of this, Tianyi immediately left the room and came to the living room. Out? How was it? Did you successfully extract the chakra? Tianyi's father in this life, Uchiha Nobuhiko, saw Tianyi coming out and couldn't help but ask. Uchiha Kokumi, the mother standing by, also cast a concerned look at him. It was obvious that the two knew that Tianyi was refining chakra today, and they were worried, so they kept waiting here. Yes. Success. Tianyi smiled slightly after hearing this, then raised one hand and condensed chakra in his hand. Suddenly, a slight chakra fluctuation was sensed by Uchiha Nobuhiko and his wife, and both of them looked delighted. Uchiha Nobuhiko immediately praised, "Not bad. You successfully extracted chakra in 2 hours. This talent is good enough. Even though I'm not as good as your big brother, if you work hard in the future, becoming an elite Jonin won't be a problem." His youngest son had shown above-average talent since childhood, and his physical gifts were average, so Uchiha Nobuhiko was not very surprised by this result. Maybe. Tianyi was slightly startled when he heard this, then smiled slightly. He really wanted to say, "I was not as talented as my elder brother Fugaku, but that was only before I awakened my memories of my past life." Now, he has awakened the memories and talents of his past life. Even if he makes a wish to improve his talent, relying on the integration of his past life's soul enlightenment talent, his talent will definitely far surpass Fugaku. Not to mention that he's now adding some cheats. "Oh right, father, I have many doubts when I am practicing chakra refining technique. Can you help me solve them?" Tianyi then changed the subject directly. He did not directly ask his father for permission to read the books in the home or even in the family, but chose to take a roundabout way. This way it won't seem so abrupt. At the same time, it is also a good opportunity to show my strong understanding to my parents, update their impression of me, and initially establish a genius personality for myself. "Oh, just ask, I'm free today anyway." Uchiha Nobuhiko was slightly stunned when he heard this, then he smiled with satisfaction. He is not afraid that his son has problems and is studious, he is just afraid that he doesn't use his brain. Now it seems that my youngest son is a smart man who knows how to make use of the family's resources and advantages. It's like this. Next, Tianyi began to ask his father questions one by one, and each question was meaningful. After Nobuhiko Uchiha answered each question, he would pause for a moment, express his understanding, and then ask another question. Moreover, the questions asked are becoming more and more profound. During this process, his understanding of Uchiha chakra refinement also began to soar. Cage-level comprehension is just that powerful. This is not an understanding that only cage-level strongmen have. This is just a grade-level classification. This means that Tianyi now has the ability to easily learn any cage-level ninjutsu. As Tianyi's questions continued to deepen, Uchiha Nobuhiko's expression gradually became solemn from the initial indifference. After waiting for an hour, the smile on Uchiha Nobuhiko's face had disappeared and became a little stiff. In just 1 hour, he felt that his youngest son had almost drained away his understanding of chakra refining techniques and even some chakra forms and nature transformation. The speed at which he answered Tianyi's questions became slower and slower. "I even feel like I can't answer some questions. What the hell? When did this kid become so intelligent? Is he still my little son? Did this kid hide his incompetence before, or has he finally gotten the hang of it?" Uchiha Nobuhiko roared in his heart. But now is not the time to think about these things. If I don't find a way to stop Tianyi's questioning behavior, I'm afraid I will make a fool of myself. This is something he would never allow as a father. So, after Uchiha Nobuhiko answered a new question about chakra asked by his son, without waiting for Tianyi to speak again, he quickly winked at his wife beside him. After being married for many years, how could Uchiha Zinmei not understand her husband's intentions and dilemma? She couldn't help but give her husband a teasing look. Then, she said to Uchiha Nobuhiko, "Dear, didn't you say earlier that you had to go to the security department to deal with an urgent matter? You can't delay any longer?" Having said that, she didn't wait for Uchiha Nobuhiko to answer, and turned to Tianyi and said, "Tianyi-chan, you can't keep pestering your father, he has important things to do. In fact, there are quite a few research scrolls at home on chakra refining and chakra nature transformation. You can take a look at them first. It won't be too late to ask your father when you have new questions. Yes, yes. At this time, Uchiha Nobuhiko beside him also nodded and said, "The books and scrolls in my study, and the books and scrolls in the secret room at home. You are allowed to read anything related to chakra refining and chakra nature transformation. Even if this is not enough, I can also borrow the relevant books and scrolls from the family library for you, or simply issue you a correspondence certificate." At this point, Uchiha Nobuhiko paused, looked at Tieni with a serious expression and warned, "Father can see that you have become enlightened and your understanding has improved a lot. This is a good thing. But don't be complacent about it. You are still a long way from realizing your talent and becoming a strong person. Today, I will teach you the first lesson of becoming a strong person, which is to try to solve a problem yourself first. When you really can't solve the problem, then ask your father or other elders in the family for help. Don't ask others everything without thinking about how to solve the problem yourself. You can't become a truly strong person this way, understand?" All in all, the truth is that Uchiha Nobuhiko was already scared by Tenichi's problems and his terrifying speed of learning progress. He was just afraid of losing face in front of Tieni and losing his dignity as a father. But there is actually some truth in what he said. Therefore, Tieni, who easily saw through his father's true face, did not expose it and deliberately humiliated his father. "Anyway, my goal has been achieved, right?" What he wanted was the right to read the books in his home and family collections. It is convenient for you to accumulate knowledge quickly and reduce the cost of making wishes. So, upon hearing this, he immediately nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I understand, father. I will study hard and solve the problem myself first." "Very good. Haha." Uchiha Nobuhiko smiled heartily upon hearing this, and felt greatly relieved. Then, he thought of something and warned Tieni. "I have given you the permission to browse the classics, but at this stage, I don't want you to browse those ninjutsu training scrolls, and I won't give you permission in this regard. At this stage, you should focus on accumulating and refining chakra and mastering the chakra refining technique. At the same time, physical training and daily medicinal baths cannot be stopped. You need to know that if you want to become a strong person, physical fitness is also crucial. After a few months, when I feel that your chakra has increased, I will naturally teach you ninjutsu and let you officially start ninjutsu training. Do you understand?" With the amount of chakra Tieni has now, he can't even perform the simplest great fireball technique. It would be putting the cart before the horse to rush into learning ninjutsu. Even if Tenichi has enough chakra at this moment, Uchiha Nobuhiko doesn't want him to learn too many ninjutsu now. In the basic stage, it is much better to concentrate on one or two ninjutsu than to learn a large number of ninjutsu. Being miscellaneous but not refined will not help improve one's strength, and it will easily waste Tieni's talent. Okay. Tieni knew that his father was doing this for his own good, and he thought it made sense, so he naturally had no objection. With his current level of understanding, it wouldn't matter if he postponed some of his ninjutsu training. The key is to increase the chakra volume first and tap into the chakra potential of your body at this stage. Besides, he has been trying to read and learn more about chakra recently, so he doesn't have much time to practice ninjutsu. Very good. That's it. You read the books at home first, and tell me when you've finished reading them. I'll issue you a pass to the family library. That's it. You can ask your mother about the ancient books at home. I have something to do and I'm leaving now." Having said that, Uchiha Nobuhiko stood up and quickly left the house. To Tieni, that back figure looked rather impatient and embarrassed, and he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. This scene fell into Uchiha Zenmei's eyes, and she immediately realized that the performance she and her husband had just put on could not be hidden from her son. But it doesn't matter. It's no big deal to lose face in front of my son. Tieni, you really made a different impression on me today. It's like you've finally gotten wiser. Your learning ability has improved so much. Uchiha Zenmei looked at her son and spoke directly. Hey, after hearing this, Tieni touched the back of his head and smiled slightly. He didn't intend to hide it completely from his parents. Immediately, Kaido said cheerfully, "It is true. After I successfully extracted chakra, I felt that my mental strength increased several times, and my brain became many times smarter. Maybe I really got enlightened, I'm not too sure." "Oh, Uchiha Zenmei's eyes lit up slightly when she heard this. Let mom see. As she spoke, she activated her 3-tomo Sharingan, and at the same time reached out and pressed her hand on Tianyi's head. Her pupil power and chakra carefully penetrated into Tianyi's body to check it out. Soon, Uchiha Zenmei discovered that not only had her son's mental strength increased many times, but the changes in his physical condition were even more obvious. Cell vitality and potential, the toughness and width of tendons and veins, and vitality have all undergone tremendous changes, increasing by more than 10 times. Hiss. After the investigation, Uchiha Zenmei retracted her chakra and pupil power, closed her Sharingan, looked at Tianyi and couldn't help but gasp and said, "Are you really my son?" Tianyi couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard this, and said unhappily, "Whose son would I be otherwise?" Look what this question is. If he was possessed by another soul, he might still feel a little guilty. Unfortunately he is not. He is a genuine reincarnation. Uchiha Shinmiya is indeed his biological mother in this life. Puff. Uchiha Zenmei couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw how adorable her son was. He stretched out his hand and pinched Tianyi's chubby cheeks and joked, "Hasn't it that you have changed so much? Not only the mental strength, but also the physical fitness and vitality have increased by dozens of times. It wasn't like this more than an hour ago. By the way, did you activate the Sharingan?" Although, she did not sense the existence of pupil power from Tianyi's eyes. But what if the Sharingan was awakened, then the mental and physical changes that day could be easily explained. Every Uchiha that successfully awakens the Sharingan will undergo a transformation both mentally and physically. Of course, generally speaking, when the Sharingan is activated, the mental transformation will be greater, while the physical transformation will be relatively smaller. This is different from Tianyi's situation. No. Tianyi also understood why his mother asked this and shook his head. Sharingan and the like, it hasn't awakened at all. Is that so? Uchiha Zenmei frowned slightly after hearing this and said thoughtfully, since it's not a change caused by the awakening of the Sharingan, then it could be that after you successfully extracted the chakra, you awakened some bloodline limit of the physical technique. Do you feel that you have any special abilities? However, it is basically impossible for Uchiha to awaken a bloodline limit other than Sharingan. But what if, my brain has become very smart, and I feel like I can learn anything, does that count as me? Tianyi pretended to be a little confused and thought about it for a while. Kaido. Well. Uchiha Zenmei was slightly startled when she heard this, and she stretched out her voice and said uncertainly, "Maybe, count." "Forget it, Mom won't ask any more questions, just know the answer yourself. Remember not to tell anyone about this except me and your father, just keep it to yourself. From today on, we will gradually publicize your reputation as a genius, do you understand? The title of genius is far better than awakening any bloodline limit. It is not easy to be targeted by some people with ulterior motives. As for hiding his son's reputation as a genius? That's not necessary. Uchiha is not yet at the point where he needs to be secretive about such things." "Yeah, I got it." When Uchiha Tien saw it, he felt warm in his heart and nodded in agreement. He felt good about this kind of love from his parents. "Well, come with me, I'll take you to the library at home." Uchiha Zenmei felt relieved after hearing this, and immediately called Tianyi to the library at home. She pointed to several rows of bookshelves in the room and said to Tianyi, "Here. You can take a good look at these books. Although they are basically some miscellaneous books related to the history of the ninja world, Konoha, and Uchiha, they are of no help in improving your strength, but they are also necessary for you to become a ninja in the future. I'll get you the books and scrolls on chakra extraction right now." Having said that, Uchiha Zenmei walked to a door further inside without waiting for Tianyi's response, and pressed the seal on the door. He unlocked the seal on the door, then took out a key, opened the door and walked in. Tianyi was also very honest and did not follow in. Instead, he walked to a bookshelf, took down a miscellaneous book and quickly flipped through it. A few minutes later, Uchiha Zenmei came to Tianyi with a pile of scrolls in her arms. Seeing that he was flipping through the book so fast that afterimages were left, she asked with some confusion and amusement, "Are you sure you were reading it carefully when you flipped through it so fast?" Nature. Tianyi had just finished reading the book in his hand. He raised his hand, closed the book in his hand, put it back on the bookshelf, looked at his mother and said, "Didn't I tell you? My understanding and mental strength have improved a lot. Now I have a photographic memory and the ability to memorize and learn quickly. This kind of miscellaneous book, you can remember and understand it by just flipping through it quickly. It's very simple." After saying that, he looked at the pile of scrolls in Uchiha Zenmei's arms. His eyes lit up slightly and he said, "Mom, are these all scrolls related to chakra?" Yeah." Uchiha Zenmei nodded blankly and put the scroll in her hand on the large desk beside her. It was obvious that she had not yet recovered from Tianyi's words just now. Have a photographic memory and learn quickly. She looked at her son deeply, took a deep breath and said, "It seems that Mom has greatly underestimated your current understanding and talent. You will surely surpass your big brother Fugaku in the future. Maybe you will have a chance to become as strong as Uchiha Madara?" As far as she knows, even Uchiha Madara back then didn't have such terrifying comprehension as her son, right? Maybe. Tianyi listened and shook his head noncommittally. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Down-to-earth improvement is what I need now. Mom, go and do your own thing. I need to look at these scrolls next. As he spoke, Tianyi walked to the desk and sat down. He picked up a scroll from the table, opened it, and began to read it carefully. "You little brat. Do you dislike your mother now?" Uchiha Shinmei was speechless after hearing this, then she pretended to be about to cry, half covering her face and stealing glances at Tianyi. Tianyi heard this and glanced at his mother. Seeing her acting skills, he was speechless and helpless. "Mom, stop acting, it's too fake. How could I possibly dislike you? Isn't it because I have something to do and I'm afraid of delaying your work?" Uchiha Zenmei listened and stopped acting. She happily reached out and pinched Tianyi's cheek and teased, "Our Tianyi's expression is so cute. Since you want to study, Mom won't disturb you. Take your time to study, I'm leaving now." Having said that, Uchiha Zenmei left the library with brisk steps. Tianyi then breathed a sigh of relief, calmed down, and began to carefully and quickly read the information on the scrolls. In just 3 hours, he had finished reading all the hundreds of scrolls on the desk. At the same time, his understanding of the Uchiha chakra refining technique also increased rapidly, and he basically understood it completely. He even studied the chakra refining techniques of many other families, which greatly improved his understanding and perception of chakra refining techniques and even chakra. Next, he did not rush to ask his father for a pass to the family library. Instead, he left the library, informed his mother, and returned to his room to further practice chakra extraction, to dig out and extract more chakras and build more cellular energy channels. At the same time, during this process, he also began to verify the chakra refining technique he had just learned and understood, and truly digested and implemented it. With his understanding of chakra extraction and knowledge of chakra at this time, combined with his strong comprehension and mental strength, he constructed and opened up the cellular energy channels in various areas of his body, and his chakra amount began to surge. A few hours later, the sky outside gradually darkened, and Tianyi finally completed the construction of 1% of the body's cellular energy channels, tapping into the chakra potential of these cells. The amount of chakra has increased by more than dozens of times compared to before? 1%? This speed is still too slow. After I go to the family library tomorrow to read the information about chakra refining techniques, I will use my wishes to gain enlightenment and come up with the best chakra refining technique that will perfectly suit me as soon as possible. Speed up the process. Tianyi opened his eyes, took a long breath, and thought to himself. Only when you tap into your body's current chakra potential as quickly as possible, then you will have the opportunity to further familiarize yourself with and accelerate the speed of chakra refinement. At the same time, you can also start practicing ninjutsu with peace of mind. Tianyi, it's time for dinner, come out quickly. At this moment, the mother Uchiha Zenmei's voice was heard from outside. Here I come. Tianyi immediately responded loudly, then stood up, opened the door and walked out. Soon we arrived at the restaurant. At this point, Fugaku was already helping to serve the food. Hey, bro. I heard you have successfully extracted chakra? Not bad? Would you like me to teach you ninjutsu, big brother? Seeing Tianyi, Fugaku asked with a wink and a smile. Looking at his arrogant look, Tianyi rolled his eyes speechlessly. Forget it, no matter how capable you are, can you be as capable as your father? I'll just ask my father to teach me, even my mother is better than you. I can even find Sister Makoto, you should just take care of yourself. Although, every Uchiha is a brokon, for some reason, Tenichi has never gotten along with his older brother Fugaku since they were young. After awakening his past life memories, Tieni despised and looked down on Fugaku even more. If it weren't for this guy, how could the Uchiha clan be exterminated by Itachi himself in the future? Don't be tough when you should be tough, and don't compromise when you should compromise. He is not good at parenting and is too naive. Fugaku was definitely a terrible clan leader in his opinion. Anyway, now that he's here, Fugaku should not be the clan leader in the future. Even if it does, we still have to follow his plan and listen to his arrangements. When Fugaku heard this, his face suddenly turned dark and he glared at Tieni and wanted to continue saying something. At this time, Uchiha Nobuhiko walked in from outside. Seeing that the two brothers looked like they were about to quarrel again, he was speechless and said, "Can't you just stop quarreling? Fugaku, as the eldest brother, you have to give in to Tieni, do you understand?" Huh? When Fugaku heard this, he looked at his father in surprise. "Dad, you said something wrong, didn't you? When have I never given in to this brat? Besides, you weren't like this before. In the past, my father usually praised me and scolded Tieni. After all, he has always shown good talent, far better than his younger brother. What happened today? The world has changed. What about today?" Uchiha Nobuhiko's face darkened slightly when he heard this. He glanced at Tieni and saw that his expression did not change. He then glared at Fugaku and scolded him, "Your father has always treated you two equally. What happened to you, the eldest brother, Tieni?" Tieni also successfully extracted chakra today, and his practice will be on the right track in the future. You should take care of him more often in the future, okay? His talent may be much stronger than yours, huh? Fugaku was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Tieni, then at his father, and said in disbelief, "Really? Him? Is he more talented than me? How is this possible? It's not like we haven't tested it in the past few years. Could it be that Tieni awakened the Sharingan today? Otherwise, how could his talent suddenly transform into something better than mine?" The opening and enhancement of the Sharingan can indeed lead to a transformation in the Uchiha ninja's natural talents and strengths. In Uchiha, where Sharingan is revered, the earlier one's Sharingan is opened, the more talented one is considered to be. Sharingan? Uchiha Nobuhiko heard this and shook his head. "Of course not, your brother just got enlightened. After successfully extracting chakra, his mental strength and understanding have been greatly improved. Don't think too much about it." Regarding Tieni's current situation, Uchiha Zenmei had already talked to him about it during the day. The couple were extremely happy about Tieni's sudden increase in talent. But at the same time, they also made up their minds to cover up the information that Tieni had awakened the special bloodline limit, and planned to simply promote Tieni as a genius in the future. Anyway, it's normal for a genius to appear in Uchiha. Huh? Fugaku's face became even more shocked after hearing this. Successful extraction of chakra means enlightenment? This thing can also improve understanding and mental strength? Is this true? Why doesn't he believe it? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Tieni carefully a few times and gave him an inquiring look. Tieni spread his hands and said, "That's the truth." Uchiha Nobuhiko and Uchiha Kokumi, who came out of the kitchen with dishes, nodded in unison and said, "That's right." "This doesn't make sense." Fugaku saw this and said in a stammering voice. At the same time, I felt depressed and envious. Since my parents said so, it must be true. Why didn't I encounter such a good thing? Fugaku complained with a straight face. Who wouldn't? Uchiha Nobuhiko and Kokumi both smiled upon hearing this. Especially Uchiha Nobuhiko, he suffered a big blow when he was teaching Tieni today. "Okay. Let's eat first and talk while we eat," Uchiha Zenmei greeted. After hearing this, the family sat down and started eating. "I heard that you have read all the scrolls about chakra extraction and chakra in your home?" While eating, Uchiha Nobuhiko asked while looking at Tieni with his eyes squinting. Tieni took a mouthful of food and nodded affirmatively. "I have a photographic memory and a strong comprehension. It didn't take me long to finish reading it. Dad, please give me a pass to the family library. I plan to go there tomorrow to look for relevant information. Strive to create a highly efficient chakra refining technique that is most suitable for me. After hearing this, Uchiha, Nobuhiko and the other two stopped eating and looked at Tieni in astonishment. Nobuhiko pressed, "Is this true? You can create something like this? Are you sure there won't be any problems? You should know that our Uchiha's chakra refining technique has been continuously improved for thousands of years and it has long been beyond any change. It is the most suitable chakra refining technique for our Uchiha. Besides, if you mess with chakra refining, it may cause great harm to you, so don't mess around." He was afraid that his son, because he had some talent, would act recklessly and ruin himself, which would be bad. "Don't worry," Tieni calmly waved the chopsticks in his hand. "Why do you think I have the current amount of chakra in just one afternoon? Because I have basically mastered the chakra refining technique of our Uchiha. I even combined it with the information I read this afternoon and tried to optimize and improve it to make it more suitable for me. Chakra refining is not something that can be applied universally. After all, everyone's situation is different. I won't do it randomly. You are so shocked by the improvement of chakra extraction technique. Then when I come up with chakra transportation method in the future, won't you be shocked?" "Huh?" Uchiha Nobuhiko was horrified when he heard this, and immediately activated the Sharingan, and put a hand on Tenichi's shoulder to check. The results showed that Tienyi's chakra volume at this time had increased by dozens of times compared to noon. At the same time, he also sensed Tienyi's surging mental power and vitality. Even though Uchiha Zenmei had told him this in the afternoon, his heart still beat wildly when he actually found out. "My youngest son has really become a super genius. Ha ha ha. That's great." The next moment, Uchiha Nobuhiko couldn't help but burst into laughter. "My son has the potential to be a Hokage, haha." Tieni, as well as Fugaku and Uchiha Zenmei, looked at Nobuhiko speechlessly after hearing this. "Dad, please stop saying such things. What does the Hokage qualification have to do with cultivation talent? You might as well say I have the makings of an Uchiha Madara." Tieni couldn't help but rolled his eyes and complained. "Huh?" Before Uchiha Nobuhiko could speak, Fugaku on the side spoke up first and retorted, "Why does it not matter? Isn't it possible for Hokage to take on the role if he's strong enough? As for Uchiha Madara, not to mention that your talent is definitely far from comparable to his. Even if he can, he is a traitor to the family. Is it appropriate for you to mention him?" Tieni was speechless when he heard this and looked at Fugaku and said, "My stupid Oni-san. What makes you think that you can become Hokage as long as you are strong enough? You really don't understand the ways of the world and the relationship of interests. Indeed, if you have the strength to easily suppress the entire Konoha, you can indeed become the Hokage with great strength. But this Hokage has great hidden dangers. The people from the major families must be convinced on the surface but not on the heart. As strong as Uchiha Madara was, he didn't have the power to absolutely dominate Konoha back then. What right do you have to say that? The ninja world is not all about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships and social etiquette. Besides, others say that Uchiha Madara betrayed Konoha. It would be fine if he betrayed the Uchiha. How dare you, as an Uchiha, say such things and believe such things? I can only say that you have a bubble in your brain." At this point, Tieni shook his head speechlessly, looking at Fugaku as if he were a fool. "You." When Fugaku heard this and saw Tienyi's contemptuous expression, he immediately got angry. "Why is what I said wrong?" "Shut up, Fugaku." At this time, Nobuhiko directly interrupted his eldest son. Fugaku paused for a moment and looked at his father in astonishment. "Dad, you." Nobuhiko looked at Fugaku seriously and said in a deep voice, "Tenichi is right. No matter what, as a member of the Uchiha clan, we must remain respectful to Madara Senpai. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be Uchiha today. He certainly left Konoha, but that was due to a disagreement between him and the first Hokage, so it can't be considered a betrayal. As for the Uchiha he betrayed, that's even more nonsense. To be honest, it was Uchiha who betrayed him back then. Because when Konoha was first established, the Uchiha, who had experienced a long war, gradually adapted to the peaceful life in Konoha and did not want to live a life of displacement. so they did not choose to leave Konoha with Madara Senpai. So, no matter how you look at it, you can't say that he betrayed the Uchiha and Konoha, do you understand? Fugaku was stunned after hearing this. Obviously, these words had a great impact on him, and somewhat changed his past 3 views. Why? Seeing this, Nobuhiko couldn't help but sighed and said to Fugaku earnestly, "Unconsciously, it seems that I have neglected your education. I actually let you have such a wrong idea, and your thinking is not as mature as your brother who is 3 years younger than you. This is my fault as a father. From now on, I will take an hour every night to teach you about this, do you understand?" He didn't want to say anything harsh, Fugaku was still young after all. But what he said today did disappoint himself. In his previous thinking, Fugaku was his future successor and was going to be the next Uchiha clan leader. Now it seems that he thinks that Tieni might be more suitable? But no matter what, he wanted to focus on educating Fugaku again. At least he can become Tieni's right-hand man in the future. Yes. Fugaku nodded somewhat dully. Obviously, he has not yet recovered from the previous shock. After the meal, Shinyen immediately wrote a library pass and gave it to Tieni. "Do you have any questions during your afternoon study? Tell me and I'll answer them for you." Nobuhiko looked at himself with a smile. But 10 minutes later, Nobuhiko wished he could beat himself to death. Because, after an afternoon of study, Tieni's understanding of chakra refining and chakra has reached an extremely high level. A few questions left him speechless, and in the end he could only leave Tieni's room in embarrassment. He secretly swore in his heart that he would not take the initiative to answer Tieni's questions about cultivation unless it was necessary. Especially those related to chakra, it's just self-humiliation. However, although it was a bit embarrassing, Shinyen was excited. Tenichi has such a strong talent for understanding. In the future, he may really have the opportunity to become a peerless strongman like Senior Madara. When that day comes, perhaps I, Uchiha, can really become a Hokage. When he thought of this, Shinyen's excited heart could no longer calm down. The Uchiha have been waiting for an Uchiha-born Hokage for too long. Seeing his father's embarrassed escape, Tieni smiled slightly, and then continued to concentrate on refining chakra, building more energy channels, and unblocking the corresponding meridians. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that he felt that his muscles and energy were almost reached their limits, so he stopped and went to sleep. Early the next morning. I get up early in the morning, wash up, and then start basic physical training. He was not in a hurry to show off his martial arts training methods, but instead practiced according to the Uchiha basic bodybuilding techniques he had learned in the past. Because it is not the right time yet, he has to find a reasonable origin for Uchiha martial arts. Today's visit to the library is an opportunity. He can then take a look at the information about physical skills in the clan library, and then use it as an excuse to display his national martial arts. At that time, he also plans to teach Uchiha martial arts to his parents. As for the big brother Fugaku, we'll see when the time comes. After completing morning exercises and having breakfast with his family, Tieni came to the clan library accompanied by his father. Shinyen communicated with an elder in charge of guarding the clan treasury, and Tieni successfully entered the clan treasury. I have already told Senior Quan that if you want to read related books in the future, you can come to the clan library by yourself. But for now, it is limited to the content related to chakra refining and some historical texts. Do you understand? After entering the clan library, Uchiha Nobuhiko gave instructions to Tieni. No, Tieni heard this and quickly said, "Father, in addition to information on chakra refining techniques, I also want to see information on physical techniques. Even basic physical techniques are fine. Also, are there any books on medical ninjutsu and medical techniques in the clan library? I'm planning on taking a look too. Oh, I also need books on meditation and Sharingan. I feel like I don't know enough about the human body. Increasing my understanding of this will help me create chakra refinement techniques and even physical techniques that are suitable for me. As for the information on meditation and Sharingan, I want to try to see if I can optimize it, or even create a real eye-opening method. Is that okay?" Obviously, chakra refining alone could no longer satisfy Tieni. Shinyen was also stunned when he heard this. "You need to see so many? Can you handle it? Also, the Sharingan eye-opening method? Isn't that a little too far-fetched? Trust me, father, Tianyi said seriously. All right. Xin Yan considered the demon-level understanding that Tianyi showed, and nodded and agreed. I can promise you, but you have to do it within your ability and don't do anything reckless, understand? Tianyi smiled when he heard it, and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Dad, I won't do anything rash. Okay. Xin Yan nodded helplessly. I will inform all the elders of the clan again. If you need anything, just look for him. He is very familiar with the information in the clan library. Also, your mother can actually be considered a medical ninja. There are many books related to medical ninjutsu at home. You can ask your mother for them and consult her when you return. That's all. I have things to do, so just study here with peace of mind. Let's go. After saying that, Nobuhiko walked over to inform Uchiha Kwan and left the clan library. Uchiha, who was in charge of guarding the clan treasury, was a white-haired old man in his 50s. He was also very curious about the youngest son of the clan leader. Although he didn't quite understand why the clan leader agreed to let him come to the clan library to read books, and read so many books, he didn't ask any more questions. I'm just guessing, the patriarch's youngest son might also be a genius? Tianyi didn't care about these things. For the next half-month, his life became extremely regular. Get up in the morning and practice bodybuilding exercises to strengthen your body. Then, extract the chakra for an hour. The rest of the morning and afternoon were spent looking through the books on chakra, physical skills and medicine in the clan library. In the evening, I practiced chakra refinement for another 2 hours. Half a month passed like this, and he had already read all the information about chakra refining, physical skills, Sharingan, and all the books on medicine and medical ninjutsu in the clan library. Moreover, he had asked his mother many questions about medicine and medical ninjutsu these days. Combining his previous life's understanding of Huxia medicine and the human body, he completely integrated the two for his own use, and his medical skills greatly improved. Then, he went straight back to his room at home, and started to use his talent for making wishes. I made a wish. How can I get the best chakra refining method that suits me best? Close black lens bracket. Consume 2 wishes to maximize the temporary improvement of understanding within 5 minutes, and can achieve sudden enlightenment and creation. Oh, only 2 times? That's 3 times less than the previous 5 times. I'm in luck? After making the wish, Tianyi received the message from Tianfu and was immediately delighted. Although it was a wasted wish, it was worth it. Immediately, Tianyi made another wish. I make a wish, consuming 2 wishes, to maximize my understanding in the next 5 minutes. The next moment, Tianyi only felt a buzzing in his brain, and his entire brain seemed to have opened up again, becoming many times more sensitive. He quickly calmed his mind and began to review the information about chakra extraction and the human body in his memory. Suddenly, he entered a state of enlightenment. As if with divine help, he began to create a new chakra refining technique based on the Uchiha chakra refining technique. During the creative process, he was also constantly trying to operate it within his body. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Just after Tianyi successfully created the perfect chakra refinement technique that best suited him, he came out of his state of enlightenment. Feel the new chakra refinement technique running in your body. He felt it carefully and came to the conclusion. The efficiency of chakra extraction has increased by 5 times, and the utilization rate of physical and mental energy has increased by more than 50%. In other words, the chakra that can be synthesized from the same amount of physical energy and mental energy is directly increased by 50%. This is already a fairly large number. In this way, if I want to fully tap the current chakra potential of my body and build energy connection channels for every cell, it will only take more than half a month. This is much faster than the previous 3 months. Tianyi tried the perfect chakra refining technique and thought with joy. It is true that sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. He immediately continued to make a wish. I made a wish. How can I get the best way to open Sharingan that suits me best? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket method 1. Slightly. Close black lens bracket. Method 2. Consume 7 wishes to maximize your comprehension in the next 5 minutes. Based on the Uchiha meditation method, combined with the many meditation methods and visualization methods in your past life memories, the Uchiha clan's knowledge and information about Sharingan, etc. You can 100% create the best Sharingan eye-opening practice method that suits you best. Open black lens bracket method 3. Slightly close black lens bracket. Only 3 times less. I guess I still don't know enough about this, but it's not bad. Although TNE was somewhat dissatisfied, he also understood the situation. I wish. How can I obtain the perfect 3-tomo Sharingan training method? Method 1. Consume 87 wishes to maximize your understanding in the next 5 minutes. Based on the knowledge and information related to Sharingan in your mind, combined with the meditation method of your previous life, you can 100% achieve enlightenment and create the perfect 3-tomo Sharingan practice method that suits you best. I wish. How can I obtain the chakra cultivation method that is most suitable for me, which can be permanently stored, accumulated, purified and promoted, so that the chakra cultivation system can be further improved? Method 1. Consume 512 wishes to maximize your comprehension in the next 5 minutes, and reach 100% enlightenment state, creating the chakra circulation practice method. You can accumulate chakra through circulation, expand your tendons, and open up the middle dantian to store and accumulate chakra. Open black lens bracket method 2. Slightly close black lens bracket. Wow, that's a lot of reduction. In addition, these 3 together only add up to 606 wishes. If you remove these, there are still 859 wishes left. All used to improve understanding? In this way, we should be able to further reduce the number of wishes required for the above 2 wishes, right? Thinking of this, TNE made another wish. I made a wish, spending 800 wishes to maximize my ability to permanently improve my understanding. Open black lens bracket cage level, 1367 10,000ths close black lens bracket. TNE finally did not choose to use up all his wishes, but left 59 for emergency use. The rest was all invested. The next moment, TNE only felt streams of cool energy pouring into his mind, making him feel that his thinking ability, memory, and comprehension abilities had been greatly improved. Compared with before the improvement, it has been improved by more than several times? He immediately used up 3 more wishes to ask the same 3 questions. The number of wishes required to discover 3 wishes has been reduced again, and is now 4, 72, and 435 respectively. He did not hesitate and made a wish again. I make a wish, consuming 4 wishes to maximize my understanding in the next 5 minutes. The next moment, TNE entered a state of enlightenment again. He quickly recalled the information about Sharingan and meditation in his memory, and tried to create it as quickly as possible. Easily create a perfect Sharingan eyes opening meditation in 5 minutes. He even had some spare time to create a secondary Sharingan eye opening method using the perfect Sharingan development as a model, combined with what he had learned about most Uchiha people in the clan library, to create a secondary Sharingan eye opening method. Although the secondary Sharingan eye opening method is not as perfect and powerful as TNE's own perfect Sharingan eye opening method, it can also help the Uchiha people complete the initial development of their bloodline through practice and complete the process of autonomous eye opening. At the same time, whether it is through practicing the perfect Sharingan eye opening method or the secondary eye opening method, the Sharingan that is opened is moderate and peaceful, no longer extreme. It will not cause the Uchiha who has opened his eyes to become radical, stubborn, unstable, or even have a drastic change in temperament. The process of practicing the 2 eye-opening methods will itself constantly strengthen the practitioner's mental strength, and tap into and activate his Uchiha bloodline. There are many benefits. I make a wish, consuming 72 wishes to maximize my understanding in the next 5 minutes. I make a wish, consuming 435 wishes to maximize my understanding in the next 5 minutes. Next, he would just pause briefly each time to organize the information about the skills he had retrieved, and after some verification, he would continue to make a wish to enter a stronger state of enlightenment. He created the perfect 3-tomo Sharingan practice method, as well as the Chakra Joshin transportation method, which can accumulate chakra through Joshin transportation, expand the tendons and meridians, and open up the middle dantian to store and accumulate chakra. At the same time, he also created the secondary 3-tomo Sharingan practice and chakra circulation method. Finally done. I can practice with peace of mind for the next period of time, and realize the effects of these techniques and my current physical potential. It took Tianyi nearly half an hour to thoroughly digest and familiarize himself with the created technique. After practicing it twice, he opened his eyes, took a long breath, and thought to himself. Unfortunately, there are too few books on medicine and medical ninjutsu in the family. If I could obtain all the medical books in the village, I'm afraid I could save more wishes this time, right? In addition, I want to create a more powerful cultivation method or even a method to improve one's physique. I still need more medical and human body knowledge to save more wishes. Thinking of this, Tianyi stroked his chin and pondered. Maybe, I should find a way to become Tsunade's apprentice? He began to think about the feasibility and pros and cons of this matter. Finally, it was concluded that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. The disadvantage is that it will naturally attract the attention and calculations of the third generation and even Danzo. Especially Danzo. If one wants to become Tsunade's apprentice, he must show extraordinary talent in medical ninjutsu, and only with the help of other people can he succeed. In this way, it is inevitable to expose some talents to the outside world. It would be strange if it wasn't coveted by third generation and Danzo. But the benefits are clearly greater. First, he could become the direct descendant of the Hokage. With Tsunade's protective personality, he could reduce a lot of trouble and covetousness from Danzo and even the third generation. Second, you can easily obtain the right to read and study the classics in the Konoha Shinobi Hospital. Thirdly, you can learn from Tsunade her medical ninjutsu, medical skills, and even super strength fist, and other training methods. It is even possible to learn the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, the Senju clan's collection of various ninjutsu, etc. through Tsunade. Fourthly, it will lower the obstacles for him to make friends with other ninja clans. It's decided. I'll talk to my parents about it and ask them to help push me to become Tsunade's apprentice. Tianyi made up his mind immediately. However, it was already late, and after several moments of enlightenment, Tianyi felt very tired and simply began to rest. The next morning, Tianyi came to the training ground in the backyard of his home as usual and started practicing. However, he was not going to hide his abilities any longer today, but instead officially began to practice Uchiha martial arts. First, the stance method, then the 5-form boxing. With the help of his divine level perception, his body began to improve rapidly. Tianyi's control over his body also improved rapidly. After doing it several times, Tianyi felt that his control over his body had increased several times. The bones, muscles and tendons have also been strengthened to a certain extent. The price was that he was extremely hungry at this moment. Just when he was finishing his training and preparing to have breakfast, he saw Uchiha Nobuhiko standing at the edge of the training ground looking at him. "Dad," Tianyi immediately greeted him with a smile. Shin-yen nodded in response, then frowned and asked, "What was that you just practiced? Why is it completely different from the bodybuilding and physical training techniques of the clan? But it feels a little bit complicated. It's very good for your body. Isn't this the bodybuilding training method you created?" He remembered that Tianyi specifically wanted to read books on this subject half a month ago. Now that I think about it, this kid was clearly not satisfied with Uchiha's basic bodybuilding techniques and wanted to create new ones of his own. It's simply a fantasy. The key point is that it now seems that Tianyi has succeeded. Hey, yeah. Tianyi was practicing this at home today in order to show it to his parents. This would not only consolidate his image as a genius, but also facilitate his subsequent plans. Therefore, he gave a direct affirmative answer. I feel that this is many times more effective than the Uchiha basic bodybuilding technique you taught me a few years ago. Do you want to try it? Hearing Tianyi's words, Shin-yen raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? Suddenly, he became interested and immediately stepped forward and said, "Okay. Come, teach me. Let's see if it's really that good. If so, there's a reward." As he spoke, he put his hand on Tianyi's shoulder and examined his body with his mental power and chakra. After making sure that Tianyi's body not only did not suffer any damage from this bodybuilding method, but became stronger, Shin-yen withdrew his hand with confidence. "Let's start." Tianyi immediately began to teach his father the basic standing and Mingjin stages of Uchiha martial arts training. Nobuhiko is a cage-level warrior after all, and his control over his body is already very good. With his strong mental strength and Sharingan, he mastered the basic skills of the Zhuanggang and Mingjin stages in just 2 times. For a moment, the boxing was powerful and vigorous. After it was over, Xinyan just felt relaxed all over, and some of the old hidden injuries accumulated in his body showed signs of fading. That's amazing. Huh. This bodybuilding method is really good. It's a comprehensive and effective way to train the body. The key is that it seems to have a strong effect on improving the control of the body, and it can also regulate the body to a certain extent. It's not simple. At this point, Xinyan turned to look at Tianyi and asked again, "Son, is this really what you created these days?" No wonder he asked again, it was really unbelievable. This bodybuilding technique is 100 times better than Uchiha's and most of the bodybuilding techniques in the ninja world. What else? It can't be that he picked it up, right? Hehe. Tianyi smiled and spread his hands. You kid. Uchiha Nobuhiko heard this and tapped Tianyi's forehead in annoyance. He just happened to hear Tianyi growling with hunger, so he didn't continue practicing and called Tianyi. Let's go, let's eat first. Also, regarding rewards, is there anything you would like? Father, I want to become Tsunade's apprentice. Tianyi responded directly. Puff. Uchiha Nobuhiko just took a mouthful of porridge and spat it out. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and sprayed at the side, without affecting the breakfast on the table. But it was Fugaku over there who suffered and was criticized. Fugaku. Cough cough cough. Uchiha Nobuhiko coughed for a long time before he calmed down. He looked at Tianyi with a surprised look on his face. Why do you suddenly want to become Tsunade's apprentice? Before Tianyi could open his mouth, Fugaku at the side jumped up angrily. He wanted to roar at his father, but he didn't dare to. In the end, he could only be frustrated and his face flushed, but he remained silent. Dad, you. Ahem. Uchiha Xinyan then noticed Fugaku who was covered in porridge, and immediately cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Sorry, Fugaku, Dad, I didn't notice just now. Go wash up. What else can Fugaku say? I could only leave the restaurant in frustration and go wash up. Uchiha Nobuhiko and Uchiha Kokumi then looked at Tianyi together, and Nobuhiko asked, What do you think? Kaido said calmly, Because I want to read all the medical books of the Konoha Shinobi Hospital, and it would be best if I could master all of Tsunade's medical knowledge and skills. This will be of great help to me in creating subsequent bodybuilding exercises. In fact, the bodybuilding method I just taught you is only the first stage of my plan. There are many more stages to come. In my opinion, after practicing this physical training method to the end, one can rival cage-level masters with physical skills alone. Its requirements for talent and bloodline are much lower than those for chakra and ninjutsu. In addition, then, Tianyi recounted to his parents the 4 benefits he had previously considered of becoming Tsunade's apprentice. Finally, he even added, Even if I successfully become Tsunade's apprentice and become the direct descendant of Hokage, then if I want to become Hokage in the future, the difficulty will be much lower. What do you think? Hiss. Uchiha Nobuhiko and Kokumi gasped when they heard Tianyi's thorough analysis. You've considered all this yourself? Uchiha Nobuhiko asked in disbelief. What else? Tianyi shrugged. Who can teach me these, Dad? Just tell me whether you support me or not. Uchiha Nobuhiko smiled bitterly and shook his head. I want to support you, but I don't know how to support you. This is almost impossible. Since you can analyze all this, then you must have some understanding of the current situation of the Uchiha in Konoha? Tianyi nodded affirmatively. We were targeted and excluded from Konoha's core circle by forces led by the 3rd generation in Danzo. Even most of the ninjas and civilians in the village are very hostile to us. Very accurate. Uchiha Nobuhiko listened and nodded with satisfaction. He felt that Tianyi's emotional intelligence was indeed much better than that of his eldest son Fugaku. Even stronger than him. That's it, that's why I said it's almost impossible for you to become Tsunade's apprentice. My father and my family can't do anything about it, and I don't think the 3rd generation will agree to it either. Uchiha Nobuhiko also looked regretful when he said this. Although he had only practiced the Ming Jin chapter of Huxia martial arts once or twice, He already had a general understanding of the power of this bodybuilding method. If it is really as Tianyi imagined, then this complete bodybuilding method has a bright future. But he was powerless and it was too painful. Father, you misunderstood. Tianyi listened, smiled and shook his head and said, regarding the matter of becoming Tsunade's apprentice, I already have a plan. I don't need you and the family to do much. I just need you to cooperate with me in quietly publicizing my powerful talent in medical ninjutsu in the next period of time. In the next period of time, I will also set aside some time every day to further learn medical skills and medical ninjutsu from my mother. That should be okay, right? He was naturally aware of the difficulties involved. Normally that is difficult to do. The key lies in the ideas of the third generation and Tsunade himself. But don't forget, he has the talent of wishes, so he can cheat. The gift of wish itself is the ability to make the impossible possible. Oh, Uchiha Nobuhiko was surprised when he heard this and said, is that enough? Can you tell me about your specific plan? It's unlikely that you can attract Tsunade to accept you as your disciple just by relying on your extraordinary talent in medical ninjutsu. The real decision makers in this matter are actually from the third generation. You should be aware of this, right? Tianyi nodded affirmatively. Understood. So, I will go to the ninja school in a month, right? When the time comes, I will subconsciously show my recognition and high understanding of the will of fire. At the same time, he showed some of his ninjutsu talents, gradually attracting the attention and recognition of the third generation. At that time, in order to win over and control me, a genius from Uchiha, and even further brainwash me, he wants me to be used by him and become another pawn to infiltrate Uchiha. Then, letting me become Tsunade's apprentice is his best choice. What do you think, father? Of course, it is extremely difficult to make the third generation believe easily. At this time, you need to use the wish talent to promote it. In his previous life, he had made similar attempts to achieve some goals, and the results were very good. He believed that now would be no exception. At most, it will cost you a few more wishes. Hiss. You. The Uchiha Nobuhiko couple gasped again, obviously shocked by Tianyi's mature thoughts and opinions. You figured this out yourself? Uchiha Nobuhiko asked, staring at his youngest son with a burning gaze. He didn't expect that his son had such a clear and accurate understanding of the third generation. I also know his methods so well. Mingyi has hardly ever left the tribe's territory, so how could he know so much? The first thing that came to his mind was some records in the clan library. The second person that comes to mind is some of the elders in the clan. The third thing that came to my mind was the conversations I had with my wife on a daily basis. It was so terrifying that Tianyi was able to see the true face of the third generation from this information. If this wasn't his son, he would have wanted to kill him to silence him. He sensed that the isolation barrier in the house was still open and Fugaku was still taking a shower in the bathroom on the second floor. He then breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and set up another isolation barrier in the restaurant, then looked at Tianyi again and asked, how sure are you about this matter? 90%. Tianyi spit out an extremely high number. In fact, he wanted to say 100%, but he was afraid that his father would think he was just talking nonsense, so he reduced it a little. Hiss. Uchiha Nobuhiko was shocked to see Tianyi so confident. He gritted his teeth and said, okay. Since you are so confident, your father agrees. I will secretly mobilize the power of the family and cooperate with you to do this in the next period of time. Hey, I hope it works. If it succeeds, the future of our Uchiha clan will be completely different. Over the years, as the third generation's power position has become increasingly consolidated, their methods and actions against the Uchiha have become more frequent and harsher. This made the clan leader Uchiha Nobuhiko feel extremely uncomfortable and aggrieved. Unfortunately, he didn't have a good way to break the impasse and could only respond passively. Fortunately, he is quite strong and Uchiha's current strength is also quite good, so he can withstand the suppression of third generation in Danzo. But Tianyi's current plan and the qualities he showed made him see the real hope of Uchiha breaking out. Tianyi listened and nodded with satisfaction. Remember, it is best to let the third generation discover my talent for medical ninjutsu and some of my training talents by themselves. I accidentally let my reputation as a genius, Especially my reputation as a genius in medical ninjutsu, spread. Don't let people suspect that Uchiha spread it secretly and deliberately. Otherwise, it may have the opposite effect. In fact, after the news of my genius leaked out, it would be best for Uchiha to show anger and dissatisfaction. People are often more willing to believe what they see and hear, rather than the information that the other party actively reveals. Tisk tisk. Uchiha Nobuhiko's eyes lit up when he heard this. You are only 5 years old, what's wrong with your brain? This is a very elaborate plan. Every aspect has been carefully considered. I'd be thankful if Fugaku had half the brains you do. Father understands. I will do as you say. I will fully cooperate with you when the time comes. I will do whatever you say. I hope it really works. If it succeeds, the future situation of Uchiha and Konoha will be very different. By the way, do you have any constructive ideas about the future development of the family and how to deal with the relationship the family has given to Konoha? Uchiha Nobuhiko asked again. If it was before today, he would definitely not ask Tieni such a question. After all, what reliable insight can a 5-year-old have on such matters? But after listening to Tieni's analysis, he no longer thought so. Some people are just such evildoers. It's as if one is born with knowledge and can easily understand the essence of things through a small amount of information. He had no good solution to the family's current situation. Maybe Tieni can find it. Even if you don't, it doesn't matter. At this time, before Tieni could answer, footsteps were heard from upstairs. It was obvious that Fugaku had finished washing up and was about to come down. Shinyen immediately said to Tieni, "Forget it, after breakfast, come to my study and talk to me." He felt that this matter was not suitable for Fugaku to know yet. Because, in Nobuhiko's eyes, Fugaku is still very immature. It might not be a good thing if he knew about this. Tieni naturally had no objection. The next moment, Uchiha Nobuhiko waved his hand to lift the isolation barrier of the restaurant, and the family continued to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Fugaku went out on a mission, and Uchiha Nobuhiko called Tenichi to come to the study. Okay, let's continue with the previous topic. Do you have any good suggestions for the development of the family? After asking Tieni to sit down, Uchiha Nobuhiko asked again. Nature. Tieni nodded affirmatively. In fact, even if Uchiha Nobuhiko didn't ask, he would find a chance to talk to him about this topic. Then, he tried to guide his father to start reforms within Uchiha and gradually change its foreign policies. He couldn't just sit back and watch his family continue on its old path. While his father is still alive and has a high prestige within the clan, the best option is to push for reforms as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would become even more troublesome when my father passed away. Before, he was worried that his father would not easily accept his advice as a child. Now, because of his previous performance, he unexpectedly achieved this effect ahead of schedule, and Tieni was very happy. Kaido said, I have been thinking seriously about the development of my family during this period. I have summarized it and analyzed it from the perspectives of both inside and outside the tribe. First, let's talk about the clan. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded repeatedly, motioning for Tieni to continue. Tieni continued. The problems within the family are actually quite big at the moment. It seems ridiculous to me that an Uchiha with several thousand people is divided into 3 or 4 factions, fighting and wasting time. Especially when the external threat is so serious. So, as far as the family is concerned, the most urgent task is to find a way to integrate and unite the people from all factions of the family, so that there is only one voice in the family and everyone can act with ease. That is the key. That's right. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded affirmatively, but then said helplessly, but how difficult is it to achieve this? Different people have different ideas and interests. It's so difficult to unify their thoughts. I have tried hard over the years, but with little success. Do you have any good ideas for this? Tieni listened and nodded affirmatively. Since I brought it up, of course there is one. But this also requires a process. First of all, if we want to unify the thoughts of the tribe and have only one voice, we must find a common goal that is in the common interests of everyone and can bring huge benefits to everyone. I think we can first rebuild the merit contribution system and welfare system within Uchiha to win over the people. At the same time, the education of children and the younger generation within the tribe also needs drastic reforms. Also, the Uchiha Security Department also needs major reforms. Reform of the Security Department? Uchiha Nobuhiko frowned when he heard this. How do you want to reform? He thought that the reform of the family meritorious contribution welfare system was possible. But it needed to be discussed in detail and could not be done recklessly. He has no idea about the education of children and the younger generation for the time being, so he can ask Tieni about the detailed plan later. Instead, the key lies in the reform of the security department. This is a big trouble. Tieni was naturally aware of this, and Kaido immediately said. First, select elite personnel to form an elite security team. In the future, these members of the elite security team will not be involved in the daily security management of the village. Usually, they will either deepen collective training or participate in patrol and security tasks near some villages, as well as the identification and arrest of spies. They will become the real ace elite in the hands of the Uchiha in the future, comparable to the Anbu in the hands of the Hokage. Huh? Uchiha Nobuhiko's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's possible. Uchiha really needs such a trump card to have more confidence to fight against the village. However, if this is the case, the security department may not have enough manpower. Especially in recent years, the village has continued to expand, and the security department is increasingly short of manpower. This is actually a waste of the Uchiha ninjas and is not conducive to their strength improvement. Fighting is the best way to increase the strength of Uchiha. That's not a problem. Tieni heard this and shook his head and said, my second method can easily solve this problem. Second, open up some of the positions and quotas of the security forces to the outside world and set up a security brigade. The Uchiha will be the captain, with 3 deputy captains, and civilian ninjas will be recruited to serve as deputy captains of the security brigade and squadrons. The squad members will be used to manage the internal security of the village and mediate security issues and conflicts within the village. What? Uchiha Nobuhiko's face suddenly changed when he heard this. He said solemnly, this is absolutely not possible. The security department was a department with exclusive authority assigned to us Uchiha when Konoha was established. How can we give it to civilians and other ninjas? By then, the village will definitely wantonly place people in there and gradually erode the entire security department. You have to understand that the village has been targeting and suppressing me, Uchiha. We can't enter other departments of the village at all. The 3rd generation won't allow us. This security department is our only right. How can we give it to others? Tieni heard this and shook his head speechlessly, saying, this is what the 2nd and 3rd generation want to see. Most of the work done by the security department is a thankless job that offends people. I don't believe that you are not aware of this, father? Why? Uchiha Nobuhiko's face suddenly turned pale when he heard this, and he sighed, I know. Otherwise, 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama probably wouldn't have given this authority to us Uchiha so easily. But this is the only authority we Uchiha have. Even if we know it's poison bait, we have to swallow it. If we really open the security department to the village and civilians, even if I agree, the tribesmen will not agree. You have to understand this. Without this authority, Uchiha was completely marginalized and had no say in Konoha. This was something he and Uchiha could not allow. I see, Tieni nodded and said, I'm not prepared to be so anxious. These can be unfolded when the time is right. But reform and partial opening of the security department to outsiders is necessary. My opinion is just to open up 1 brigade of the security department. Others still basically adhere to the principle of absolutely not opening to the outside world. In this way, Uchiha can still firmly control the power of the security department. At the same time, the opening of this brigade can not only fill the personnel vacancies caused by the establishment of an elite security force. The key is that we can completely throw all the responsibilities of maintaining village law and order and resolving trivial disputes in the village to this brigade. This brigade can be responsible for resolving disputes and conflicts among these villagers. In this way, I, Uchiha, can completely get rid of these trivial matters and throw away these things that offend people and affect Uchiha's reputation. This will be of great benefit to improving the Uchiha's reputation among the villagers and other ninja clans. If someone from Uchiha wants to become Hokage in the future, This step is also very crucial. He deliberately threw out the temptation of Hokage to attract his father. Because he knew too well his father's and the entire Uchiha's obsession with the position of Hokage. With this, the difficulty of promoting reform of the security department will be greatly reduced. Huh? Uchiha Nobuhiko heard this and held his chin with one hand and thought. It seems to make sense. Although, opening up the authority of a brigade to outsiders may seem like a big loss to our authority. But if they were only allowed to deal with village disputes and public security, the loss of power would be much smaller. Especially when the captain can only be Uchiha. The key is to be able to throw out all the poison in this bait, so that Uchiha can continue to control the absolute authority of the security department while not being negatively affected by it. It can also concentrate the elite forces of the Uchiha, killing two birds with one stone. Son, this is interesting. Anything else? The most troublesome thing for him in the security department is the disputes and public security issues among ordinary villagers. These things do not involve much power and almost no benefits, but not only are they numerous, they are also extremely offensive. With this, it would be a miracle if Uchiha's reputation in the village could be improved. He had always wanted to change this in the past, but there was no good way. Tianyi's suggestion hits the key point. The only difficulty now is how to convince the tribesmen to agree to this plan. This is the real difficulty. Not everyone is so sensible and has a broad perspective. Nature, Tianyi saw that his father had listened to him, and immediately smiled with satisfaction, nodded affirmatively, and then said. Third, a police trial brigade will be formed to handle criminal trials in the village. Set up a court, make the trial process public, and allow villagers to attend as observers. A large notice board should also be erected in front of the courtroom. All trial results and detailed information about the crimes committed by the criminals will be posted on a notice board. Depending on the severity of the case, it will be posted for 3 to 1 month for everyone to see. Of course, we must be careful to exclude any confidential information that the village is not convenient to disclose. We in Uchiha will only act as referees and conduct fair trials from now on, and will no longer directly intervene in those specific disputes. This way, we can firmly control the judicial authority of the security department and avoid directly confronting the villagers who have disputes and prevent them from venting their anger on the Uchiha clan. Huh? Uchiha Nobuhiko listened, stroked his chin and narrowed his eyes, saying, this is also quite good. With the power of judgment in hand, the impact of the outflow of power caused by the opening of the public security brigade will be further reduced. In this way, the public security team will do the dirtiest, most tiring and least welcome work in the future, but their actual authority will be very small. How wonderful. He felt that his son's method of dividing power was very sharp. In fact, this is not the most ideal state for the trial team. Tianyi listened, smiled and shook his head and said, according to my original idea, the ideal state of the judgment squadron should be to have a captain, who should be an Uchiha, and 3 vice-captains, who should be direct descendants of the Hokage, friendly ninjas, and civilian jonin respectively. 1 squadron within the main group is made up entirely of Uchiha, and 2 squadrons are made up of clan ninja and civilian ninja respectively. This will make the trial team appear more fair and leave people speechless. To further establish the dignity and justice of the Uchiha. This involves part of my envisioned plan to build an alliance of Uchiha interests. But considering that the reform of the security department is in its early stages and the alliance of interests plan has not yet appeared, there will be great internal resistance to this step, so we can put it aside for the time being. We will consider this option later when our Uchiha becomes more powerful and has more say in Konoha. Is that so? Uchiha Nobuhiko listened and nodded with some understanding. He really understood the intention of his son's move. But he also shook his head and said, this is actually very good, but like you said, it is not suitable at the moment, we can only wait until later. For now, we can set up a trial team, which will be composed entirely of Uchiha people. Also, remember to tell me in detail about the Uchiha Interest Alliance plan you mentioned later. Anything else? Should the prison of the guard team also be reorganized into a brigade? Tianyi listened and nodded with a smile. Almost. The guard prison can also be divided into a separate team for weaving. However, under normal circumstances, if there are not many prisoners in the prison, The establishment of this brigade can be reduced and some of the positions can be vacated. In this way, the reform plan of the security department is almost complete. The new security department is composed of 4 divisions: the Uchiha Elite Security Division, the Public Security Division, the Judgment Division, and the Incarceration Division. That's pretty much what I think. What do you think, Father? As long as the security forces are reformed according to this, the situation in Uchiha will be very different. As for the worry that the 3rd generation will not agree, these are impossible. They probably even hoped that Uchiha's people would open up the guard to the outside world so that they could intervene more easily. In this way, they can gradually erode the authority of the guard and further suppress Uchiha. As for whether this would allow Uchiha to get rid of the offending job and improve his reputation in the village, the 3rd generation may not be able to take this into consideration. Even if it was considered, it was less important than eroding the authority of the guard. So what if Uchiha's reputation gets better? The 3rd generation firmly believed that no ninja would be willing to see Uchiha take power. That's enough. What's the use of having a good reputation if you can't get promoted? Very good. You have thought it through very carefully. I will do my best to carry out the reform of the security team according to your plan. Uchiha Nobuhiko made a solemn promise to Tieni. Then I feel relieved. Tieni nodded with satisfaction. Then let's talk about the Uchiha Interest Alliance plan. This is actually closely related to my planned Uchiha external plan. The core of it is to use commercial means to continuously attract ninja clans to join and build an industrial system. And use this to build an alliance of interests. As long as we can win over enough ninja clans in the future and form enough alliances with interests, we will be able to easily change the situation of Uchiha's isolation in Konoha and even in the ninja world. We can even continue to expand our influence and authority. As long as we have enough allies and influence, even if we want to produce a Hokage from the Uchiha family in the future, it will be easy. As for the suppression and targeting from the village and the 3rd generation, they will be resolved naturally in due time. Even when we have enough allies, we can turn around and suppress and target them. The great man said so. The best approach is to make more friends and fewer enemies. Alliance of interests? Uchiha Nobuhiko's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then he frowned and said, "It's a good idea, but it's too difficult to convince other ninjas to form an alliance with us. We have made similar efforts in the past, but all failed. 3rd generation will not sit idly by and watch this happen. Also, although we Uchiha have some commercial properties, they are only enough to maintain the operation of the family. It is not enough to distribute them to outsiders and bring them into the group. It's impossible for the tribesmen to agree. It is unrealistic to cut off one's own flesh and blood to win over others' hearts." "You misunderstood." Tieni listened, shook his head in amusement and said, "I am not trying to win over other ninja clans with Uchiha's existing industries, but I am planning to build new industries in the future. Specifically, there is no sign yet, so it is naturally inconvenient to say. Anyway, I already have an idea. It is not appropriate for the family to take the initiative to recruit the ninja clan to join the group. It may easily alert the 3rd generation. I plan to make friends with a few young ninjas after I enter school. We can get them to join us and start an industry that belongs to our children. Then we can expand the erosion step by step, so as not to arouse the vigilance of these ninja clans or even the 3rd generation. After all, they are just kids. In the eyes of adults, starting an industry is probably just a joke, right? When I really make a lot of money, even if the students I recruited to join the group or the ninja clans behind them don't want to have any interests with Uchiha, I'm afraid they will be reluctant to give up the benefits. In this case, it's too late for the 3rd generation to stop it. At the same time, this step itself will also be carried out in conjunction with my plan to become Tsunade's apprentice. When the time comes, as long as I become Tsunade's apprentice and the Hokage's grandson, the 3rd generation and these ninja clans will have no reason to stop this." "Huh?" Uchiha Nobuhiko's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is indeed an excellent plan. Using classmates as a starting point? That's great. So what kind of business are you going to start? Not every business can make money. Also, what kind of classmates are you going to recruit to join your group? He had to admit that Tieni had indeed thought it through carefully. This plan was a chain of links, and none of them could be missing. He was looking forward to it again. How about the new generation of the Ino-Shika-Cho clans? I've inquired about it. The new generation of the 3 tribes is about the same age as me. They should be enrolled in school with me and be in the same class. TNE directly Kaido. Hiss. Uchiha Nobuhiko listened and gasped. These 3 clans? Don't you know that they are staunch supporters of the Hokage and die-hard allies? This won't work. If it can be done, it would be the best, but Nobuhiko was not optimistic. Hey, TNE smiled slyly and said, when I become Tsunade's apprentice, won't I also be a direct descendant of the Hokage, and the grandson of the Hokage? Why can't it work? Moreover, in the early stages, the parents behind them don't need to know about it. Anyway, I have a comprehensive plan for this, father, you just need to watch it first. Once I complete this step and drag these 3 ninja clans into this, it will prove the feasibility of my plan. I hope that you, father, will fully support my subsequent interest alliance industry plan. As for the industries that this industrial alliance will involve in the future, TNE also has corresponding plans. However, it will take some time to perfect the corresponding technology, so I will not tell my father for the time being. Lest he be frightened. Isn't this a bit sinister? Uchiha Nobuhiko heard this and his eye twitched slightly. Dragging people into trouble, especially through children, is immoral no matter how you look at it. How can you say it's insidious? TNE was unhappy when he heard this. My plan can actually bring them huge benefits, not just cheat them. Maybe they will thank me later, time will tell. As long as you are happy. Uchiha Nobuhiko shook his head speechlessly. Since you already have a plan, then let's follow your advice on this Uchiha Interest Alliance plan. For now, my main task is to reform the security forces and spread your reputation as a genius. Although TNE had told him the security reform plan in detail, he still needed to think carefully about how to do it. First, communicate with your supporters and get their full support. Then, find a way to convince other members of the tribe. It will definitely not work if you act recklessly. If this were to happen, the situation in Uchiha would be very different. Thinking of this, Uchiha Nobuhiko became more motivated. Well, that's it for now, I'm going to practice. TNE nodded in agreement. Immediately, he left the study and ran to practice the perfect chakra refining technique according to the plan. Yes, he is still practicing the perfect chakra refining technique, not the advanced chakra circulation method. This is because he has not yet built energy channels in all the cells in his body and tapped into the body's current chakra potential. After completing this step and perfecting the practice of perfect chakra refining technique, it is time to switch to practicing chakra circulation method, continuously accumulating chakra and purifying chakra. After refining the chakra for an hour, TNE stopped when he felt his tendons and veins were slightly swollen. Sure enough, the tendons and veins are not strong and wide enough. You still need to practice. TNE finished his training, stood up and shook his head. Of course, this has a lot to do with the fact that his speed and efficiency of refining are too fast, causing the pressure on his tendons and veins to be greater than that of other people at the same time. Next, TNE moved his body a little, then sat down again and began to practice the perfect Sharingan eye-opening method to temper and develop his bloodline and meditate. That's right, the Sharingan eye-opening method can actually be divided into 2 parts: blood tempering and spiritual meditation. While tempering and developing his bloodline, the mental energy that he had previously consumed in extracting chakra was quickly recovered through meditation and further improved. After completing an hour of meditation, TNE left the room and continued to practice martial arts. After lunch, he began to learn medical ninjutsu from his mother, read medical books, practiced hand seals, Uchiha throwing techniques, etc. I wish to become Tsunade's disciple in the best way possible? Use 20 wishes to make a wish in the best way to become Tsunade's apprentice, then learn the medical and medical ninjutsu knowledge of the Uchiha clan by yourself. Gradually establish your reputation as a medical ninjutsu genius. Show your high recognition of the will of fire, and wait for the opportunity. 20 times? That's not too many. Immediately, TNE made another wish. I make a wish, consuming 20 wishes, so that I can become Tsunade's apprentice in the best way possible and become her disciple smoothly. The next moment, a ray of light that was invisible to anyone except TNE shot up from TNE's body and quickly dissipated in the sky above Konoha. The trajectory of fate began to change slightly due to the miraculous power of wishes. Moreover, as time goes by, this change continues to expand. 10 days later, I have finally completed the construction of the energy channels for all the cells in the body. With my current control over the perfect chakra and my progress in exploring the potential of my body's chakras, I will be able to switch to the chakra movement method in 2 days. Feeling the completion of the energy channel of the last cell in his body, Tianyi felt much more relaxed. After running the perfect chakra refining technique a few more times, he felt that the refining efficiency had increased a lot again. He let out a long sigh and smiled with joy. During these 10 days, not only did his chakra refining technique improve rapidly, his chakra amount also increased. According to his estimation, he should have the chakra amount of an ordinary chunin. This is terrifying. But considering that he has tapped the chakra potential of his body at this stage, the perfect chakra refining technique he practiced has also increased the efficiency of energy utilization by 50%. And his current physical qualifications are also excellent. It is not surprising. But this was enough to shock Uchiha Nobuhiko and his wife. In view of this, Uchiha Nobuhiko is ready to teach Tennichi ninjutsu. In addition, over the past 10 days, Tianyi's martial arts training has also improved rapidly. With the realization of the divine power level, coupled with excellent physical qualifications, and the medicinal bath formula that Tianyi had improved twice, Tianyi's physique was now more than 50% stronger than it was 10 days ago. It's also a big step closer to Ming Jin. The improvement in his physical strength also more or less increased his vitality and cellular energy, and increased his chakra potential. But Tianyi discovered that the improvement in physical fitness at this stage mainly brought about an increase in cell toughness, and the effect on improving vitality was not obvious enough. Therefore, the increase in chakra volume did not double. Obviously, the amount of chakra is not entirely related to physical strength, but is more closely related to the amount of vitality. Come to think of it, future Might Guy is so physically strong, but his chakra level is not up either. On the contrary, the Uzumaki clan has strong vitality and extremely large amounts of chakra, as can be seen from Madara. Of course, the improvement of the ninja's physique has a negligible effect on the vitality, which is also closely related to the fact that the ninja's physical skills are not systematic and cannot improve vitality and life level. But this is not a problem for Tianyi, who possesses Huxia martial arts skills. As his martial arts practice continues to deepen and improve, his vitality and life level will also continue to improve. At present, it is not obvious that he has not yet entered the Ming Jin stage. Once you enter the Ming Jin stage and initially sense and master the power of qi and blood, the effect will become obvious. Tianyi is also looking forward to this. Dad has many hidden injuries in his body that cannot be healed even by medical ninjutsu. Because of the excessive extraction of chakra in the past, which led to excessive cell division and loss of vitality, I think it should be able to be gradually compensated by national arts, right? This way, my father's lifespan and prime years can be extended significantly. If he can practice martial arts to a higher level in the future, his lifespan will probably be greatly extended. That's a good thing for me. Well, the national martial arts have been verified on my father and myself, and have been adjusted to the physical conditions of the people in the ninja world. It's time to pass it on to my mother and even my eldest brother. Tianyi pondered to himself. Although Fugaku is a little stupid, he is still a brother after all and treats him well. Tianyi is not prepared to leave him behind. It would be good to cultivate and influence them well and have them become your own helper and tool in the future. Besides, there's Makoto's sister. Let's consider everything after we get to know each other. Tianyi thought again. In the past, because his memories of his past life had not awakened, although his relationship with Uchiha Makoto was very good, it was ultimately not what Tianyi expected. He had met Makoto several times these days, and with his deliberate promotion, their relationship began to heat up further. 2 days later, in Tianyi's bedroom, he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, sensing the situation in his body through his growing mental strength, and began to try to practice the chakra movement method. He was seen carefully performing this method of transportation, pushing the chakra in the tendons and veins to circulate in the meridians of the whole body along a certain trajectory. Because it was the first time, the moving speed was very slow. After more than half an hour, Tianyi finally completed a big cycle by moving the chakra through the meridians and finally arrived near the middle dantian. Then, under Tianyi's push, the transported chakra flowed directly into the location of the Danzhong point, opening the point in one fell swoop. After the chakra broke through the acupoint, it did not run around, but continued to expand and dilate the acupoint under the operation of the Tianyi technique. Soon, the prototype of dantian took shape. Moreover, under the continuous expansion and strengthening of chakra, it continues to expand and take shape. After Tianyi moved all the chakras in the tendons and veins as well as the chakras extracted and synthesized from the cells into the middle dantian, the middle dantian was completely formed and stopped expanding. Of course, in the future, as he extracts chakra and transports it into the middle dantian every day, the middle dantian will continue to expand and grow. Phew! It's finally done. In the future, I can rely on the chakra circulation method to continuously accumulate and improve the quality and quantity of chakra. After completing this step, Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. It was his first time doing something like this, and he was still very nervous. Huh? What is this? Just when Tianyi was about to withdraw his mind and stop practicing, suddenly, his mental power sensed something abnormal in the chakra gathered in his middle dantian. He was startled and immediately concentrated his mental strength and mind to sense and observe the middle dantian. Soon, a seed-like object was found at the core of the chakra vortex in the center of the middle dantian. This thing seemed to have life, firmly rooted in the center of the chakra vortex in Tianyi's dantian, constantly inhaling and exhaling Tianyi's chakra, helping Tianyi synthesize and refine chakra. This thing, chakra seeds? Could this be the true face of chakra that the Sage of Six Paths passed on to the people of the ninja world in the way of the ninja clan? Is this also the key to the ninja world being able to easily extract and synthesize chakra? Tianyi observed and sensed this thing in detail, and after analyzing some of its effects, he couldn't help but make a bold guess. Otherwise, how could people in the ninja world so easily fuse spiritual energy and cellular energy to form chakra? No one thinks that this kind of thing can be done easily, right? If so, in his previous life, Tianyi would not have been trapped on the blue star of Juling and unable to master extraordinary powers. He could only spend 10 years making a wish to escape from that world that made extraordinary people despair. After all, who doesn't have spiritual energy and cellular energy? In his previous life, Tianyi had also tried to refine his internal strength, synthesize chakra, and even magic power. But all failed. Obviously, this matter is not that simple. However, this thing doesn't seem to be under my control. Could it be that the Sage of Six Paths left some tricks behind when he gave it to me? Tianyi guessed with an ugly and solemn expression. No matter. Now that we have discovered this thing, let's try to refine and control it thoroughly. Tianyi did as he said and immediately mobilized his mental power to invade the chakra seed. Ong! The next moment, the chakra seed reacted violently, as if it had come back to life, extremely resisting the invasion of Tianyi's spiritual power and trying to expel it. It even tried to absorb and mobilize the chakra in Tianyi's dantian to fight against Tianyi's mental power. Humph! You want to use my power to fight me on my own territory? You wish? Tianyi snorted inwardly when he saw this, and immediately suppressed the middle dantian with his mental power and chakra circulation method. A thick spiritual isolation barrier is formed between the chakra and the chakra seed, isolating the chakra seed from the chakra. And mobilize more mental power to erode the chakra seed, trying to refine it completely. Ong! In an instant, the chakra seed began to riot even more violently. Unfortunately, although this thing is of high essence, it is like a rootless duckweed and cannot be sustained. As Tianyi's spiritual power continued to be eroded and refined, his resistance was gradually diminishing. An hour later, when Tianyi's mental strength was almost exhausted and he kept restoring his mental strength through meditation, the chakra seed was finally completely suppressed. As the last bit of alien chakra at its core was refined by Tianyi. Ong! The entire chakra seed vibrated slightly, and Tianyi felt as if he had broken free from a cage and became relaxed. Then, under his control, the mental barrier was removed, and the newly born chakra seeds began to continuously absorb and release the chakra in the dantian. Refine and filter it again. Then, Tianyi felt that his control over his own chakra had increased by more than several times. The chakra in dantian becomes as easy as a finger. Sure enough, this thing is the backup plan left by Sage of Six Paths. The purpose is probably to leave his mark of authority in the chakra of all ninjas in the ninja world. When a ninja dies, his soul will probably return to the pure land of the underworld with his chakra. By then, won't these chakras with the imprint of the Sage of Six Paths be easily absorbed and refined by the Sage of Six Paths? Even the souls of ninjas can be easily controlled by the Sage of Six Paths, right? Tianyi sneered and speculated in his heart. The moment he completely refined the chakra seeds, he understood what was going on. This thing is indeed the key that allows ninjas in the ninja world to easily refine cellular energy and fuse it with spiritual energy to condense chakra. Without this thing, it would be impossible for people in the ninja world to do this. But Sage of Six Paths left its spiritual imprint on it and left a back door. This is the key. This B****************** D is really not a good person. For the sake of mutual understanding among the people of the ninja world, for the sake of peace, that's all bullshit. He actually wants to treat everyone in the ninja world as leeks, constantly harvesting them to grow stronger. I'm afraid that after sealing his mother, the old man also learned about the existence of the Otsutsuki clan from her. Do you know the crisis that the ninja world will face in the future? No. Thinking of this, Tianyi shook his head fiercely and denied it. Maybe he knew it earlier. The reason Kagaya Heim was sealed was not only to seize the authority of chakra. At the same time, you also disapprove of Kagaya-sama's White Zetsu training plan for the Otsutsuki clan? Want to use your own methods to gather strength to fight against the Otsutsuki clan that will arrive in the future? Tianyi felt that this was most likely the truth. Of course, both of the above are just his speculations. If you want to know the truth, you probably have to ask Sage of Six Paths himself or Kagayaheim. But there was one thing he was sure of, that was, Sage of Six Paths was definitely not a good person. Even, this chakra seed actually has Kaguya's imprint in it? Yes, no matter what. Princess Kagaya is the true ancestor of chakra in the ninja world. Even if she is sealed, it cannot change that. Well, maybe not. Because Tianyi discovered that the mark belonging to Princess Kagaya in the chakra seed was incomplete. In fact, the mark belonging to the Sage of Six Paths was constantly eroding Kagayaheim's mark. So, the Sage of Six Paths has been eroding Kagaya-sama's chakra ancestor authority for the past 1,000 years? He wants to be the new chakra progenitor. Is this the fundamental reason why he sealed Kagayaheim instead of killing her outright? Well, maybe it's not that I don't want to, but I can't kill him yet. Since Princess Kagaya is the originator of chakra and holds the power of chakra, as long as she does not lose this power and as long as chakra exists, she will not die. Tianyi felt that he might have guessed the truth. Forget it. It's too far ahead to think about these things now. There's no point. Let's talk about it when I become stronger. Tianyi shook his head, temporarily suppressed the many guesses in his mind, and then looked at the newly born chakra seed in the center of his middle dantian. I can refine this chakra seed because I have only been practicing chakra for a short time, and this chakra seed has not grown enough. Secondly, I don't have much chakra. Thirdly, my mental and spiritual power are strong enough compared to the imprint in this chakra seed. If it were Dad and the others, even if they switched to practicing chakra circulation and transportation, it would probably not be that easy for them to refine the chakra seeds in their bodies, right? Even the methods I use are stupid and inefficient. If I want to help my parents solve their own chakra seed problems, it seems that I have to create another method specifically for refining chakra seeds. Just do it if you want to. Tianyi made a wish in his heart. I wish, how can I obtain the best and most reliable method of refining chakra seeds in the most economical way? Consume 120 wishes to maximize your comprehension in the next 5 minutes. Based on the chakra Joshin moving method, perfect Sharingan cultivation method, etc., combined with the advanced sealing techniques of the ninja world and some Taoist and Buddhist scriptures in your past life memories, you can create it 100%. High-level sealing technique. Everything else was fine, but when he saw this, Tieni frowned. Although Uchiha should have some knowledge of sealing techniques, I'm afraid he can't meet the requirements. If we really want to meet the requirements, we can only ask Uzumaki Mito for help. When it comes to sealing techniques, the Uzumaki clan is the best in the ninja world. At present, the Uzumaki clan has not been destroyed, but Tieni estimates that it will be destroyed soon, in just 1 or 2 years. After all, Uzumaki Kushina and Minato were from the same period. And Tenichi is the same age as Minato, and they are from the same period. Kushina and Makoto are best friends. Makoto is 3 years older than Tieni, and she only has 2 years left until she graduates when she turns 10. Kushina could only have come to Konoha within the past 2 years. Based on this calculation, the Uzumaki clan was almost wiped out within these 2 years. If we can find a way to save the Uzumaki clan, not only will we be able to obtain a large number of sealing techniques from Chi, but we may also gain a loyal ally. Unfortunately, it may be too late. Even if I can convince my father and family to support me, the 3rd generation won't allow it. Similarly, the Uzumaki clan cannot trust the Uchiha unless they are facing a real crisis of destruction. After all, the Uzumaki clan is the Senju's in-law's allies. It's not a good relationship with Uchiha. Thinking of this, Tieni shook his head helplessly. The only thing we can do is to ask my father to secretly send someone to pay attention to the situation in the Whirlpool country. At the right time, let's see if we can rescue some of the Uzumaki clan and get some of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Of course, if he is given more time and can build up a certain level of combat power, he may be able to do more and gain greater benefits. The most urgent task is to let his father send people to secretly investigate the Whirlpool country and determine the exact time of the Whirlpool country's demise. Don't think about it. Currently, the fastest way to obtain advanced sealing techniques is to become Tsunade's apprentice, and then learn from Uzumaki Mito. Therefore, the most urgent task is to settle the matter of becoming a disciple first. Before he figured out the method to safely refine chakra seeds, he felt that the chakra circulation method was not suitable to be passed on to his family. Wait a little longer, it won't be long. After figuring this out, Tieni stopped thinking about it and completed another big cycle. He found that the time had been shortened to 15 minutes. With more practice, he believed that he would be able to shorten the time of a big circulation to less than 10 minutes soon. At present, the bridge between heaven and earth has not been opened, so he cannot directly absorb the natural energy from heaven and earth. The transportation of the great circulation of heaven still consumes cellular energy. So, there is a limit to the number of times you can move things around every day. You can't overdraw cellular energy. Is this considered refining essence into chi? It's just that spiritual energy is added to it to synthesize chakra. He discovered that in order to open the bridge between heaven and earth and absorb the natural energy from the outside world for his own use, he had to first accumulate the chakra in the middle dantian to a certain level. Expand and enhance the 8 extraordinary meridians to a certain extent, so that they can withstand the impact of natural energy. The mental strength was also increased to a level sufficient to suppress and guide the natural energy to ensure that it could be refined obediently. Only then can you try to connect the bridge between heaven and earth. Feeling that the cellular energy had been refined to almost the limit, Tieni stopped practicing the exercises and chose to rest. Early the next morning, brother isn't home today? While eating breakfast, Tieni looked around and didn't see his eldest brother Fugaku. He looked at his parents with some confusion and asked. He went out of the village on a mission, so of course he's not here. It will probably take several days for him to come back. Why do you miss him? Uchiha Kokumi joked with a grin. Miss him? Forget it? Tieni rolled his eyes when he heard this. I just suddenly didn't see him having breakfast with me, so I was a little confused. Oh, right. Dad? I want to look through the knowledge of the clan on sealing techniques. Is that okay? Tieni thought about asking his father to send someone to investigate the Uzumaki clan, and felt that it was not appropriate for the time being. Because he had no reasonable excuse to explain why he knew that the Whirlpool country was about to be destroyed. So, we can only wait for a while. Huh? Uchiha Nobuhiko looked at Tieni in astonishment after hearing this, and then frowned. Why are you interested in sealing techniques again? This is something that requires a lot of brainpower, it's not that easy to learn. Your chakra level has increased now, and you have almost mastered the chakra refining technique, right? It's time to practice ninjutsu first. Don't be too greedy. Even a genius can't waste time, and don't push yourself too hard, understand? It is also about optimizing chakra refining techniques and creating national martial arts. TNE even told him a few days ago that he was improving the meditation method, and wanted to create a method that could open the Sharingan without stimulation, just through meditation and spiritual development. He is also learning medical ninjutsu at the same time. He felt that his son was pushing him too hard. This is not the life a 5-year-old should have. Since he came to his senses, he found that his youngest son had quickly become mature and steady. The desire for strength has also reached its peak. It was as if some fatal danger was chasing him from behind. This made him very worried. Don't worry, TNE felt a little warm in his heart after hearing this. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, I know my limits. At present, I have almost mastered the chakra refining technique, so you don't have to worry too much about the future. It's enough to spend 1 or 2 hours refining each one and getting familiar with it. The same is true for Uchiha martial arts. It has already gotten on the right track. Moreover, I am confident that I can reach Ming Jin within a month. It won't take much time either. The same goes for medical ninjutsu. I've already mastered the healing jutsu. As he spoke, TNE raised his right hand, and a light green chakra light condensed in his right hand. Hiss. When Uchiha Nobuhiko and Kokumi saw it, they both gasped, leaned over to observe and sense it carefully, and after confirming that it was a real healing jutsu, the horror on their faces became even more intense. I remember you just taught this kid healing jutsu yesterday, right? Uchiha Nobuhiko looked at his wife and asked, yes. Uchiha Zenmei nodded affirmatively, then looked at TNE and asked, TNE, tell me honestly, how long did it take you to master this healing jutsu? After hearing this, TNE raised his head slightly and recalled, then raised a finger. An hour? Uchiha Kokura is a wonderful person. No, TNE shook his head, wiggled his finger and said, I learned it in 1 try. This technique is quite simple. As long as you have sufficient control over chakra and a good understanding of yang escape, it will be easy to learn. Uchiha Kokumi. Uchiha Nobuhiko. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Please don't make this extremely difficult medical ninjutsu sound so easy to learn, okay? The requirement for chakra control alone is almost harsh. Many Jonin do not have this level of control over their chakra. Not to mention sufficient understanding of yang dun. This is why there are so few medical ninjas who master healing jutsu in the ninja world. Including Tsunade, there are no more than a handful of people in Konoha who are proficient in healing jutsu. As a result, TNE learned it in just 1 try? It's simply a monster among monsters. The couple looked at each other and were silent for a moment. Uchiha Shinyen waved his hand to TNE numbly and said, okay, I agree to the sealing technique. I will have someone inform all the elders of the clan later. If you want to watch it later, just go and watch it yourself. He doesn't intend to care anymore. Ever since his son became enlightened, he no longer understands. We can no longer look at or restrict him with ordinary eyes. He believed that TNE would know what to do. Thank you so much, Dad. When TNE heard this, he immediately smiled and thanked him. He planned to first build a foundation with the sealing techniques that his family possessed, and then when he became Tsunade's apprentice in the future, he would find a way to learn more sealing techniques from her or Uzumaki Mito. Strive to create a safe method of refining chakra seeds as soon as possible. At that time, I can teach my family the chakra moving method so that their strength can continue to grow. In the future, there may even be a possibility of achieving immortality. That's right, TNE's expectation for the chakra moving method is immortality. When a ninja opens the bridge between heaven and earth by practicing the chakra circulation method, he can absorb natural energy, refine it and use it for himself. The essence of life will inevitably be transformed, the lifespan will increase greatly, and he will take the first step into the true extraordinary. Oh right, Mom and Dad. This is the chakra refining technique I created and improved. Take a look. If you think it's suitable, switch to this one. According to my experiments, this chakra refining technique is not only 3 times more efficient than the Uchiha chakra refining technique, but also improves the energy utilization rate by 20%. That is to say, by refining and synthesizing chakra through this, we can synthesize 20% more chakra. After finishing breakfast, Tianyi took out a scroll from his arms and handed it to his father and explained. Well, this is his simplified version from the perfect chakra refining technique. The effect is far inferior to his perfect chakra refining technique, but it is many times easier than learning and practicing it. The perfect version, he estimated that his parents and even most people in the ninja world could not learn it. What? Uchiha Nobuhiko and Uchiha Kokumi were both shocked. They opened the scroll together and asked in disbelief, "Are you serious? Is the effect really that good?" Tianyi smiled and spread his hands, saying, "You will know if you try it, this thing should not be difficult for you." Okay. Let's try it now. Uchiha Nobuhiko and Kokumi could no longer sit still, and they quickly read and memorized the chakra refining technique. With their mental strength and experience in Uchiha chakra refining techniques, they quickly memorized it and gained a certain understanding. Immediately, the two of them sat down cross-legged and began to try to practice this day's version of the chakra refining technique. However, before doing so, Uchiha Nobuhiko checked the isolation barrier at home again to make sure it was still functioning properly. Then, he waved his hand and set up an isolation barrier covering the entire restaurant. More than 10 minutes later, the two successfully completed the transformation and successfully extracted some chakra through the Tianyi version of chakra refining technique. It's actually true. By comparison, both of them found that Tianyi did not speak. They immediately opened their eyes, looked at each other, and gasped. "Tianyi, you haven't told anyone else about this, right?" Uchiha Nobuhiko and Kokumi both asked with a nervous look on their faces. "Of course not." Tianyi smiled and shook his head. "Am I such a fool? This thing should not be known to outsiders for the time being?" "You are right." Uchiha Nobuhiko and Kokumi listened and nodded in satisfaction. Xinyan said, "The effect of this thing is too terrifying. If outsiders know about it, it will not be good for us. If outsiders knew that you created it, you would be in real danger. Remember, don't tell anyone except your mom and me for now. You can't even tell your brother for now. Everything will be decided after we complete the reform of the Uchiha Guard, unify the voices of the clan, and eliminate the traitors and fence-sitters among them. More importantly, you need to improve your strength as much as possible without damaging or overdrawing your body. You are the only one who is strong. Even if the news of this thing is leaked in the future, we don't have to worry about your safety. Do you understand?" Now announcing this thing within the clan will indeed greatly enhance the Uchiha's strength. But Nobuhiko is well aware that some members of the tribe cannot be trusted. Uchiha has long been infiltrated by the third generation and has become a sieve. If he dared to announce it within the clan now, it would probably take less than an hour for this version of chakra refining technique to appear in the hands of the third generation in Danzo. This is something Nobuhiko doesn't want to see. "Yeah, I understand." Tianyi felt warm in his heart after hearing this, and nodded with a smile. "Then wait a little longer. Give me a few years, this day won't be too far away. However, you can continue to practice this, Dad and Mom. Try to cultivate this to perfection as soon as possible. By then, I will have another surprise waiting for you, hee." He estimated that with his parents' understanding and qualifications, it would take at least half a year or even a year to perfect the Tianyi version of chakra refining technique. By then, he should have successfully become Tsunade's apprentice, and even learned advanced sealing techniques, creating a method to safely refine chakra seeds. At that time, it will be convenient for them to switch to the chakra moving method. Oh! Uchiha Nobuhiko and Kokumi raised their eyebrows when they heard this, feeling that Tianyi was planning to make things difficult for them. However, they did not ask any further questions. This kid is becoming more and more mysterious and weird, just let him be. Over the next 18 days, in addition to practicing Huxia martial arts, chakra circulation and perfect Sharingan eye-opening techniques, Tianyi also sets aside a few hours every day to learn sealing techniques. Of course, research and study of medical ninjutsu and medical skills continue. And put it out in the open, so that people with ulterior motives may notice it inadvertently. At the same time, with the secret instigation of Uchiha Nobuhiko, the news that Tieni was a super genius in medical ninjutsu and mastered healing jutsu in one day spread like wildfire. Soon, the third generation, Danzo, and even many of the higher-ups of the Konoha shinobi clan received the news. For a moment, these people had different reactions. However, I heard that when Uchiha Nobuhiko learned that the news had been leaked, he urgently convened a clan meeting and became furious at the meeting. They said there was a traitor in the clan, and that the clan was so infiltrated that even such news could not be kept secret. It was simply outrageous, and so on. Inside the Hokage's office, the third generation looked at the information about Tieni that Enbu handed over to him, and smoked his pipe, frowning slightly. He mastered the healing jutsu in one day, and other medical ninjutsu are also easy to master. He is indeed a genius. How come such a genius comes from Uchiha, and is the son of this guy Nobuhiko? In the eyes of the third generation, Fugaku was already a good genius, and now it seems that Uchiha Tieni's talent is even better than his brother's. He was not naive enough to think that this was just a talent for medical ninjutsu. Although he was not a grand master in medical ninjutsu, he knew exactly what was needed to master healing jutsu easily and skillfully. Extremely strong chakra control and a certain level of Yankton chakra talent. Even if these two are used in practicing ninjutsu, they will produce extremely strong effects. In other words, Uchiha Tieni would also be a genius in ninjutsu training. Thinking of this, for some reason, the third generation felt a sense of curiosity and appreciation for this Uchiha kid whom they had never met. Uchiha is really not fit to continue expanding. We have to find a way to suppress it further. The new semester at the ninja school will start in 2 days. This Uchiha Tieni is old enough, he will definitely be enrolled in school. Let's test it out and see its quality. Since he is still young and his values have not been fully established, there should still be hope for him. It would be best if I could win him over, brainwash him, and use him for my own purposes, so that he could become another pawn I plant in the Uchiha. As the son of the clan leader, he may be able to achieve unexpected results in suppressing the Uchiha clan in the future. Thinking of this, the image of Tsunade suddenly appeared in the third generation's mind unconsciously. With such an outstanding talent in medical ninjutsu, if he possesses the will of fire, perhaps Tsunade can accept him as a disciple. In this way, if we label him as a direct descendant of the Hokage, it will be much easier to influence and brainwash him later. Third generation couldn't help but think carefully. In fact, with this identity, he could at least instigate Tieni a little bit later and gradually cause him to be excluded by the tribe members and treated as an alien, making him feel more and more aggrieved in the Uchiha tribe. After such a long time, Uchiha Tieni will definitely develop hatred towards Uchiha, and make him a tool to completely control and suppress Uchiha. He is very familiar with this move. Wasn't that the case with their companion Uchiha Kagami back then? Although, the second Hokage did not do so initially, Uchiha Kagami was also rejected and disliked by most of the Uchiha due to his personality and attitude towards the village not fitting in with most of the Uchiha, and he got too close to the village. It's already like this without any instigation. If he adds fuel to the fire in secret, the effect will only be worse. The premise is that Uchiha Tieni possesses a certain will of fire. Bump! Just when the third generation was showing a smug look, the office door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. The third generation's thoughts were interrupted, and his brows furrowed. He looked up with anger rising in his heart. 3. Danzo hurried in and said to the third generation without waiting for them to speak. You must have heard about the news about Uchiha Tieni, right? Leave Uchiha Tenichi to me. Let him join the route, and I will definitely train him into a qualified tool to deal with Uchiha. When the third generation heard this, their already dissatisfied expression became even uglier, and they scolded. Danzo, you are a high-ranking official in Konoha after all, can you be more steady? Next time you come in, could you please knock on the door first? He felt like Danzo had no respect for him as the Hokage. This is a very bad habit. Is now the time to be fussing over such trivial matters? Danzo frowned, looked at third generation speechlessly, and asked impatiently, do you agree or not? Trivial matters? Third generation frowned even more. He wondered if he had spoiled Danzo too much in recent years. This made Danzo so arrogant, and he didn't take the Hokage seriously at all. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the third generation, and he said in a deep voice, "Danzo, your hand is too long. I have been mindful of our friendship over the past few years, so even though your root organization far exceeds the limit I gave you, I didn't say much. But this is no reason for you to escalate. Originally, the weaving of the roots consisted of only 3 teams. The total number will not exceed 20 people, but now? He knew that there were no less than 80 root ninjas. Even he, the Hokage, doesn't know how much is going on in secret. This is undoubtedly wrong in the eyes of third generation. As the third generation's position has become increasingly consolidated over the years and the power in their hands has grown, his ambitions have naturally grown, but his tolerance has become smaller. In his opinion, everything in Konoha should be under his control and should not be exceeded. This is true for Uchiha, this is true for Senju, and naturally Danzo and Root are no exception. That is, Uzumaki Mito has a high status, generation, reputation and position, is too powerful, and is the wife of the first generation, so he has no way to control her. Everyone else must be under his control. Hiruzen, what do you mean? When Danzo heard this, his expression changed drastically, and he angrily said with a gloomy face, "I just asked you for a Uchiha brat, and you asked me this? Then what does it mean for me to take the blame for all the things I have done for you over the years? Don't you really know why the roots have expanded like this? If it wasn't to help you deal with things that are inconvenient for you to deal with, why would I continue to expand my roots?" He feels that third generation has changed. Are they trying to get rid of it? For a time, Danzo not only felt a surge in his sense of crisis, but he also became increasingly dissatisfied with the third generation. The obsession and desire for the Hokage in his heart also grew rapidly. In his opinion, just because he was not Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could suppress him, target him, and drive him around without any hesitation. They made him do all the dirty and tiring work, and then they were afraid of him and wanted to settle accounts with him afterwards. If he had stood up first, perhaps he would have been the Hokage. How could there be such an absurd situation today? At that time, it was you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who did the dirty work and took the blame. When the third generation heard Danzo's accusation, he thought of all the dirty work Danzo had done for him and all the blame he had taken over the years to help him secure the position of Hokage, and a sense of regret emerged in his heart. He waved his hands helplessly and said, "Forget it, I won't bother with you about the overstaffing of the root. But we can only maintain the current organization and cannot continue to expand without restraint. Don't push my boundaries, Danzo, you should know that well." Humph. I get it. After hearing this, Danzo just snorted coldly and didn't say much. In his opinion, I can agree on the surface, but what I do behind the scenes is my business. At worst I won't let you know. But Uchiha Tieni was unwilling to give up and chased again. I can stop expanding, but Uchiha Tieni you have to give it to me. Impossible. Just give up on this idea. The third generation waved their hands and refused bluntly. I have other arrangements for Uchiha Tieni. I will not allow you to attack him. Do you understand? Danzo got angry again after hearing this. Why? You should know that it is the right thing to do to let me train you. How can we let this Uchiha kid with such horrible talent stay in Uchiha and let Uchiha train him? You will definitely become a big problem for us in the future. What on earth are you thinking about? Have you become soft-hearted towards the Uchiha? Have you forgotten how they launched the coup in the first place? Uchiha Setsuna is still locked up in Konoha's prison. Do you want me to bring him up and show him to you? Why not take this extremely talented Uchiha kid and brainwash him into a tool, and keep him for the new year? You're being extreme and short-sighted, Danzo. After hearing this, the third generation shook their heads helplessly and said, Uchiha Tenichi is the son of the clan leader Uchiha Nobuhiko. With his tough personality, do you really think you can take it directly from him and use the tongue eradication technique to control and brainwash you? You are a little too naive. If we really do this, it will only backfire and alert the enemy. I already have my plan for how to deal with Uchiha Tenichi, so stay out of this matter. Anyway, don't worry. I won't allow an Uchiha that could threaten us to grow up. If my plan succeeds, suppressing and even splitting the Uchiha will be a piece of cake. Huh? Danzo was shocked and angry when he heard this. You don't want to bring him under your control and brainwash him, do you? At this point, Danzo noticed the third generation's flickering eyes and immediately realized that his guess was right. He immediately frowned and shouted angrily, Hiruzen, you're going too far. The third generation narrowed their eyes and stared at Danzo, saying word by word, Danzo, don't forget, I am the Hokage. Danzo. Plate. It was this sentence again. Whenever Danzo heard this sentence, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. But he knew that, having said that, it would be impossible for him to change the third generation's mind by continuing to argue, so he immediately glared at the third generation with deep anger. Hiruzen, you're going to regret this. After saying this, Danzo left with a livid face. Why? Third generation waited until Danzo walked away before getting up and walking to the windowsill. He puffed on his pipe and stared at Danzo's receding figure on the road outside the window. He sighed, Danzo, time will prove that I am right. Time will also prove that you will never become Hokage. How could he not know Danzo's little thoughts? He knew very well that Danzo had never accepted his becoming Hokage and had always coveted the position of Hokage. If he didn't need Danzo and felt he could completely suppress Danzo, he would have found a way to get rid of Danzo long ago. At the ninja hospital, Tsunade received news that a super genius in medical ninjutsu appeared in Uchiha. Uchiha Tenichi? Mastered the healing jutsu in one day? Is that true? Tsunade was a little bit incredulous. Even she was not so exaggerated back then. For a moment, she also became interested in Uchiha Tieni. He even had the idea of taking in a disciple. But why is it Uchiha? Then, Tsunade shook her head helplessly again. She couldn't say that she hated or resented Uchiha, but she was very clear that her teacher, the third Hokage, was very hostile to Uchiha. Over the years, he had been suppressing and targeting Uchiha in various ways, making life difficult for Uchiha. Therefore, it is almost impossible for him to accept Uchiha Tieni as his disciple. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. After I'm done with this, let's go to the casino, hee. Soon, Tsunade shifted his attention, chuckled, and continued to deal with the documents in his hands. Uchiha Tieni family, Uchiha Makoto, who had just returned to the clan after school, went to Tieni's house first and saw Tieni practicing ninjutsu in the training ground in the backyard. Fire-style great fireball technique. As soon as she came in, she saw Tieni suddenly spurting out a super crimson great fireball with a diameter of more than 8 meters. The terrifying fireball had a terrifying temperature, not only burning a semicircular deep pit in the ground. At the same time, the terrifying temperature caused the temperature of the entire backyard martial arts field to soar, and some nearby grass and trees turned scorched yellow. Hiss. Makoto couldn't help but gasp, and walked forward and exclaimed, how long has it been? Your great fireball technique has reached such a terrifying level. Not only is the size terrifying, but the temperature is also so high. It seems that you have a certain understanding of the nature transformation of the fire chakra, right? Tieni's mental power is very strong, and he sensed it when Makoto entered their home. Hearing Makoto's words, he stopped practicing and turned to Kaido with a smile. It's okay. I actually don't think this jutsu is very practical. It's too rigid, and the movements are too obvious, making it easy for people to dodge it. So, I was thinking if I could just condense a compressed great fireball in my palm and throw it out to fight the enemy. This way, the mobility of the great fireball technique is much stronger. What do you think, Makoto-san? This idea was inspired by the magic fireball technique in the previous life novel. But so far he has not succeeded, because the shaping, compression and stabilization of flames are not that simple. This requires him to have a deeper understanding of the form changes and nature transformation of the fire attribute chakra. Huh? Makoto was stunned when he heard this and said, can this really be done? Even if it can be done, won't you burn your hands first? This can be solved. Tieni heard this and shook his head in amusement. Wouldn't it be possible to avoid this problem if you use your mouth to perform the spell? As long as you protect your hands with chakra isolation, you'll be fine. However, this method of performing the surgery requires much higher skills than using the mouth. For ordinary people, It is not very practical and is actually useless. This method is probably only suitable for geniuses. Really? Makoto's eyes lit up slightly after hearing this, but dimmed again after hearing the second half. Is it exclusive to geniuses? It seems like I won't have a chance to learn it. That's not the case. TNE smiled and shook his head after hearing this, saying, Sister Makoto, there's no need to underestimate yourself. In my opinion, you are also a genius. After all, you are only 8 years old, but you have already opened a Magatama Sharingan. Who in the clan doesn't say you are a genius? That's right, Makoto has opened his eyes at this time. Apparently it was caused by the death of her father. With such talent, it is no wonder that two geniuses, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, were born in the future. You may not approve of Uchiha Itachi's character, but you cannot deny his strong talent. Of course, now that he has come to this world, Fugaku definitely has no chance. TNE has fallen in love with Makoto and there is no way he would give her to his elder brother. He thought that his eldest brother should choose someone else within the clan. Hee. No, Makoto's depressed mood disappeared after hearing this. She waved her hand a little embarrassedly and said, compared to you, TNE, I think I'm quite stupid. Half a month ago, she actually thought she was a genius. But ever since TNE started practicing ninjutsu, she had offered to teach TNE ninjutsu out of curiosity and concern, and her confidence had been completely shattered. It was really because TNE's understanding and talent in ninjutsu were too extraordinary. He can master any ninjutsu in one take, and his subsequent improvement is visible to the naked eye. But within a few days, she felt that TNE's proficiency in many ninjutsu far surpassed hers. This was a big blow to her. From then on, she no longer thought of herself as a genius. Compared to TNE, what kind of genius is she? But she was naturally happy that TNE recognized her talent. Oh right, we have already started school today. You are also going to take the entrance exam tomorrow and officially enroll, right? Makoto suddenly asked. TNE nodded affirmatively. It's time for you to go to school. How is it? Is school interesting? It's okay, Makoto listened, nodded, then shook his head and said. You can make a lot of friends, but you can learn too little. It's a bit of a waste of time. By the way, can I go with you tomorrow? With Makoto's talent, she had already learned everything that could be taught and needed to be taught in school, so it was natural for her to have this feeling. She did think about graduating early, but her grandfather vetoed it and asked her to stay for the full 5 years and graduate when she was 10 years old. Yes, in this era, the enrollment age of Konoha Shinobi School is basically around 5 years old, and the graduation age is 10 years old, which is 1 year earlier than in the future Naruto era, and 2 years earlier. Sure, TNE naturally wouldn't refuse. He was eager to get in touch with Makoto more and get closer to him. As for not being able to learn anything in school, actually, you can use the shadow clone technique to go to school instead, and I will go back to my clan land to practice on my own. TNE suggested. Can you still do this? Isn't this too bad? It's too disrespectful to the teacher. Will they be discovered? Makoto's eyes lit up slightly after hearing this. And although her eyes looked eager to try, she still asked with some hesitation and worry. TNE was slightly surprised after hearing this. It turned out that Makoto actually had a restless side in his heart. Immediately, he smiled and shook his head and said, as long as you master the shadow clone technique, the teachers in the school won't be able to discover it. As for the issue of disrespect, since there's nothing to learn in school anymore, it's a waste of time to stay there. Using shadow clone is already a sign of respect for the teacher. Working hard to improve your abilities is the true respect for your teacher. This way you can better contribute to your family and village, isn't it? After saying that, TNE winked at Makoto slyly. Although Makoto knew that TNE's argument was a sophistry, he still couldn't help but smiled and nodded, covering his mouth. Yes. However, I haven't mastered the shadow clone technique yet. I'll ask my grandfather for a copy when I get home and learn it as soon as possible. But, at this point, she looked at TNE seriously and said, with your learning ability, TNE, I think you will be able to learn all the knowledge taught in school soon, right? When the time comes, are you also going to use shadow clone to go to school instead of you? She felt like she had discovered the truth. Yes. TNE listened and nodded in agreement. Now is a rare period of peace in the ninja world, and it is also the best age for us to improve our strength. Naturally, I don't want to waste time. I have a feeling that the ninja world will not be at peace for many years, and a new ninja war will break out. I have to plan ahead and seize this rare period of peace to improve my strength as much as possible. Only if you have enough strength can you be confident. Huh? Uchiha Makoto was indeed stunned when he heard this. Why do you have such an idea? Hasn't the ninja world been at peace for almost 10 years? Tieni heard this and shook his head. It is precisely because peace has been going on for so many years, and the major ninja villages have been developing peacefully for so many years. The number of ninjas accumulated has increased, and their ambitions have naturally expanded. In order to gain more missions and interests, a new ninja world war is inevitable. Is that so? Makoto listened, nodded as if she understood, and looked at Tieni with a little admiration. I didn't expect you could easily see through the essence of such a problem. You really are a genius. By the way, your great fireball technique just now was so powerful. Can you teach me some techniques? My great fireball technique is far inferior to yours? Since Tieni said so, she naturally believed it. Therefore, she also tried hard to become stronger. If the war really broke out, she hoped that she could not only protect her own safety, but also take care of Tieni and other family members. No problem. Tieni naturally would not refuse, and immediately asked Makoto to perform the great fireball technique. Then, according to Makoto's situation, he began to give her guidance. Early the next morning, I got up early in the morning and completed morning martial arts exercises with my father and elder brother. Then the family started to eat breakfast. That's right, Fugaku has also been taught the training method of the Ming-Jin stage of Huxia martial arts by Tieni. Brother, today is the day you start school, right? How about it? Do you want me to go with you, big brother? Fugaku winked at Tieni while eating breakfast. Tieni heard it, glanced at him and said, "You don't have any mission today?" Ha ha. Fugaku smiled proudly and said, "Of course, I have already asked for leave from the teacher in charge. It just so happens that one of my classmates also needs to accompany his brother to school." "It's up to you then." Tieni nodded without comment and did not refuse. It can be seen that Fugaku is looking forward to this, and he can't spoil his fun, right? He could also see that Fugaku had grown rapidly during this period. His personality had become much calmer, and he quarreled less frequently with Tieni. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that he often goes out on missions and comes home less often. But Tieni saw his growth. It seems that Dad's further education of him is quite effective. Tieni thought happily in his heart. Uchiha Nobuhiko and Kokumi saw the two brothers communicating so harmoniously, looked at each other and smiled knowingly. That's the right thing to do. It's not good for two brothers to quarrel all the time. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the yard, attracting the attention of everyone in the house. Tieni used his spiritual perception to see Makoto standing outside the courtyard gate. "Here I come." He quickly stood up and responded while walking quickly to the gate, opened it, and welcomed Makoto in. "Sister Makoto, come in quickly. We're having breakfast, by the way, have you had breakfast?" "I've already eaten." Makoto smiled and reached out to touch Tenichi's head. Tieni showed a helpless expression, which made Makoto laugh happily. Soon, the two returned to the restaurant. "Huh? It's little Makoto. Are you here to accompany Tieni to school? Come and sit down. Have you had breakfast?" Uchiha Zinmei saw Makoto following Tieni in, and the two of them behaving intimately. She raised her eyebrows slightly, looked at Tieni meaningfully, and then greeted him with a smile. "Yes. Greetings to Lady Zinmei, the clan leader." Makoto quickly bowed to Kokumi and her husband, then calmed down a lot and walked over to Kokumi and sat down next to her. Uchiha Nobuhiko just smiled and nodded, without saying anything more to Makoto. Of course he knew that this little girl liked to be with Tieni. It seems that Tieni took the initiative to promote it. As a father, he naturally knew what Tieni was planning. "I just sigh that the little one is so smart. At the same time, I am happy to see this happen." After all, Makoto is the daughter of the Great Elder, and the Great Elder is usually quite supportive of his work. If the two of them can really succeed, that would naturally be a great thing. Come to think of it, Nobuhiko remembered that Fugaku also liked the little girl Makoto before. Thinking of this, Nobuhiko couldn't help but turn his head and look at Fugaku. Fugaku seemed to sense his father's gaze and looked over as well. Then, he saw his father's inquiring eyes. How could he not know what his father was thinking? Suddenly, I couldn't help but roll my eyes, thinking, "Dad, what are you looking at?" Yes, I did like Makoto before, but I was young and ignorant. After being directly rejected by Makoto, he stopped pestering her. When Makoto and Tenichi became closer, Fugaku completely gave up and began to shift his target. Currently, he is having a hot affair with the granddaughter of the third elder, Uchiha Reiko. As the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, he is talented, and although he is not good-looking, he is not lacking in popularity among girls of the same clan. Nobuhiko just ate trigrams a little, and seeing his eldest son's state of mind, he knew there was nothing to gain from it, so he withdrew his gaze. Soon, Tieni and his family finished their breakfast. "Alright. Let's go." "Good." Then, Uchiha Nobuhiko called Kamiten, Fugaku, and Makoto to leave the house and walk towards the ninja school. On the way, I met many people from the same tribes sending their children to school. Apparently, he was not the only Uchiha enrolled in Tieni's class. Once we left the clan territory and got closer to the ninja school, we met more and more parents taking their children to school. Many people saw Shinyen and nodded politely to greet him from a distance. It is true that many Konoha shinobi have a gap with the Uchiha and cannot get close to each other, but they should still show proper courtesy and respect to Konoha's largest ninja clan. Even if it's just on the surface. "Alright, Tieni, go in. Your father is waiting for you outside." Soon, Tieni and others arrived at a training ground in the school. Looking at the test site in front of them, Shinyen gently pushed Tieni's back and encouraged him with a smile. "Well, I'm leaving first." Tien nodded and walked in immediately. The assessment process is actually very simple. The first step is physical fitness assessment, which is running. The requirements are not high, 5 kilometers within the limited time is enough. Then there is the optional talent assessment. There are ninja tool throwing, chakra refining, and even ninjutsu. Show it if you have it, you can get extra points. There is no need to avoid these. Tieni naturally passed these assessments easily and received full marks. Ninja tool throwing and chakra were also partially demonstrated, and even the 3-body technique and great fireball technique were demonstrated. Of course, its power has been restrained. After all, he was going to become Tsunade's apprentice. He estimated that the third generation must also be paying attention to the assessment here. Especially since he has recently become known as a genius, he must be the focus of the third generation. Naturally, he would not miss this good opportunity to show himself in front of the third generation. His guess was correct. At this time, the third generation in the Hokage's office was watching the entire process of Tienyi's assessment through the telescope technique. This amount of chakra is already at the level of an ordinary chunin, right? According to the intelligence I received, he definitely took no more than 2 months to extract chakra. To have such a large amount of chakra, it seems that his physical vitality is definitely not low, far exceeding that of other Uchiha. No wonder he is so talented in medical ninjutsu. He was able to master healing jutsu in just 1 day. This is proof that Yang Dun's talent is strong enough. Also, his mastery of both throwing techniques and ninjutsu is very strong, surpassing many genin. It seems that this little guy has a strong understanding. This kind of genius must be used by me and controlled by me. Otherwise, I would rather destroy it than leave it to Uchiha. The third generation said with appreciation and serious thought on his face. Tieni quickly completed the assessment, said goodbye to Makoto, then followed his father out of school and went home. Apparently, today was not his school day yet, so he had to come over in the afternoon to get the test results. Then, tomorrow you will go to school to attend formal classes based on the assessment results. How did you feel about the test? On the way back, Uchiha Nobuhiko asked with a smile. What do you think? Tieni was speechless after hearing this. Kaido said, this kind of basic test is extremely simple. It would be strange if you didn't do well on it, right? Haha. That's right, my son is a genius, but don't be proud. Uchiha Nobuhiko also laughed out loud after hearing this, and reached out to ruffle Tenichi's hair, messing up his hairstyle. Tieni could only push his hand away speechlessly and straighten his hair. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Nobuhiko looked even happier. In the afternoon, Tieni came on time to receive the test transcript. As expected, he was assigned to Class A, Grade 1. Huh? You're in Class A too? Looks like we'll be classmates from now on? Hello. Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Namikaze Minato. Thank you. In the morning, at this time, the little yellow-haired boy next to him seemed to have caught a glimpse of the class division on Tieni's assessment form. He immediately smiled and greeted Tieni, and extended his hand. He remembered the boy, who had given him a friendly smile during the running test in the morning and reminded him to pay attention to adjusting his breathing rhythm. Minato naturally always remembered it. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been so rash as to take the initiative to greet the Uchiha people. It's not that he is hostile to Uchiha, it's just that Uchiha has a bad reputation in the village and is known for his arrogance. He often hears complaints from his neighbors, "It's you." Tieni saw Minato came to say hello, and he smiled and stretched out his hand to shake his hand. Then Kaido. My name is Uchiha Tieni, please take care of me in the future. This is Namikaze Minato. One of the main targets he needs to win over or even subdue in order to build the Uchiha Interest Alliance in the future. No one really thought that he just casually reminded Minato during the running assessment, right? Although this was the case given the circumstances at the time, it was obviously something Tieni did deliberately. However, he also had to complain that from Minato's performance in the morning, Minato was indeed from an ordinary civilian background. He doesn't even know the basic bodybuilding methods or tips on adjusting his breathing while running. This also gave Tieni the opportunity to contact and befriend Minato without deliberately trying. No, I should be the one saying this. Minato listened and gave Kaido an embarrassed warm smile. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Don't underestimate yourself. Tieni listened, smiled and shook his head and said, you just haven't been exposed to the knowledge and skills of cultivation before. But you should have good talent, otherwise during the running test in the morning. I'm just giving you a little reminder. You won't be able to understand and adjust so easily. It's even more impossible to get into Class A. You know, this is the key class of our year, Class A in each grade is a key class. Yeah? Minato was slightly startled after hearing this, as if he was encouraged by Tieni's words, and said happily, then I'll borrow your good words. Where? Tieni shook his head and invited, want to celebrate together? I'll treat you to a meal. Will it be bad? Minato listened and hesitated slightly. He wanted to say that he would treat them, but he doesn't have the capital. As an ordinary civilian whose parents had both passed away, it was already difficult for him to support himself with the small pension given by the village every month, and he did not have much spare money at all. What's wrong with that? We're friends, right? You know, as the young master of the Uchiha family, I don't lack money at all, so don't be polite to me. Or, don't you want to? Tieni noticed Minato's embarrassment and immediately waved his hand casually. Okay, I'll let you spend the money then, I'll treat you back later. Seeing Tieni's frank and inaction attitude, Minato couldn't refuse anymore and agreed immediately. Haha. That's right. Let's go. Tieni saw it. Then he smiled and patted Minato's shoulder, took him to the commercial street for a walk, bought a lot of snacks, and ate along the way. It was almost dusk when Tieni finally stuffed the remaining snacks into Minato's arms despite Minato's constant refusal, and waved goodbye to Minato. Minato, Kanao. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Seeing Tieni waving goodbye, Minato quickly waved back. Then, Minato looked at Tieni's receding figure, then looked down at the several large bags of snacks in his arms, revealing a helpless and moved expression. I thought to myself, they say Uchiha is arrogant, looks down on others, and has a difficult personality. Now it seems that this is not the case, at least, Tieni-kun is not such a person. As a lower-class commoner whose parents died early, Minato, who is used to the fickleness of human nature, can roughly tell whether someone is sincere or not. Therefore, Tieni's behavior moved him even more. He didn't see any contempt or discrimination on Tieni's part. The next morning, Tieni came to the school training ground again accompanied by his father Uchiha Nobuhiko. Today, the third generation has an entrance speech to give, so both the new students and students from other grades came to school early. Half an hour later, seeing that everyone had arrived and the time was almost up, third generation came from the principal's office to the high platform on the side of the training ground and glanced at the many students below and the many parents on the stands on both sides. Easily spotted Tianyi's figure in the crowd. After seeing the admiration in Tianyi's eyes for him as the Hokage, the third generation was delighted. It seems that this little guy is still a good embryo. He admires me very much. It seems my plan might go well. With this thought, third generation began his speech. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns. While the third generation was preaching their will of fire and brainwashing these children, they also paid part of their attention to the performance of Tianyi and some other students. What made him very satisfied was that after hearing him preach the will of fire, Tianyi's eyes showed even more admiration for him. Half an hour later, the third generation's brainwashing speech is finally over. Both the students in the audience and the parents in the stands breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Many parents regretted coming here, as such a long speech was really tiring. After the meeting, the parents hurriedly said goodbye to their children and left. Freshmen like Tianyi were divided into classes and went into their respective classrooms. Then, the class teacher hosted the self-introduction session. My dream is to work hard to become stronger, to make Konoha better and better, to make Uchiha truly integrated into Konoha, and to make Uchiha better and better. Outside the classroom, the third generation heard Tianyi say this through the window and smiled with satisfaction. They liked Tianyi more and more. What a good kid! The third generation couldn't help but nod slightly and sighed in their hearts. Whether Tianyi wants to make Konoha better and better, or wants Uchiha to truly integrate into Konoha, it is a very good thing in the eyes of the third generation. As for Tianyi, he wants Uchiha to get better and better. This is understandable to the third generation. Tianyi is the child of the Uchiha clan leader after all. It would be strange if he doesn't want his family to become better, right? It is truly terrifying if a person doesn't even care about the life and death of his family. Just like the future Uchiha Itachi. Although, he was successfully brainwashed by the third generation and became a staunch Konoha supporter, and was even willing to slaughter his own clan for the sake of Konoha. But the third generation actually doesn't trust him. After he personally destroyed Uchiha, the third generation became even more wary of Uchiha Itachi. In the eyes of the third generation, this kind of person is actually an ideal lunatic. The third generation was not afraid of Tianyi's ties to the family, but they were afraid that he would be hostile to the village and did not have the will of fire in his heart. As long as he has the will of fire and love for the village, he will be able to brainwash him and make him a tool to deal with Uchiha. At the same time, because of the influence of the power of the miracle of wish, the third generation always tends to ignore some discords when facing Tianyi, and is more likely to have a good impression of Tianyi. Of course, in this process, the miraculous power hidden in the minds of the third generation is also constantly being consumed. The third generation was standing outside the window observing him. Tianyi was so sensitive that he naturally knew the direction, but he pretended not to see it. After talking about his dreams and hobbies, he sat down. For the next month, third generation kept an eye on Tianyi's situation. The more he observed and understood, the more satisfied he became with Tianyi. He saw that Tianyi had an easygoing personality and took the initiative to mingle with his classmates, and became good friends with many of them. His personality is easygoing and not arrogant, which is completely different from the other Uchiha's personalities, but reminds third generation of Uchiha Kagami. This child. If I didn't know that he was Uchiha Nobuhiko's child, I would have thought he was Kagami's child. We've done enough observation, it's time to discuss this with Tsunade. The third generation nodded in satisfaction, interrupting the telescope technique, thinking. There's no need to drag it on any longer. Otherwise, he was worried that Danzo would cause some trouble. He has also had people closely following Danzo's movements recently. Several times, Danzo wanted to send people to contact Tianyi, but they were blocked by Anbu, who was arranged by the third generation to observe Tianyi nearby. But he knew Danzo wouldn't give up just like that. Especially since Tianyi's reputation as a genius in all aspects has become more and more famous recently. Only by getting Tianyi to become Tsunade's apprentice as soon as possible and completely become a member of his school, and adding his own warnings, Will Danzo be able to stay quiet for a while? In a clearing in the dense forest near the Uchiha tribe land on the Minami Kaga River. Tieni is teaching Minato the basics of bodybuilding techniques. He created this bodybuilding technique by taking some content from Uchiha bodybuilding technique and the basics of national martial arts. It is much more effective and efficient than the bodybuilding techniques of ordinary families, but it is still far inferior to national martial arts, and it is also very different from Uchiha bodybuilding techniques. This was considered as a further investment in Minato. It's not that he plans on Minato becoming the fourth Hokage in the future. With his appearance, Minato will most likely not be able to become a future fourth generation. Of course, Tieni didn't think he had any chance of becoming the fourth Hokage. Not very realistic. But the fifth generation can still look forward to and strive for it. Phew, Tieni, thank you. This system's bodybuilding technique is amazing. It's much better than the training methods I used to figure out on my own. But is this really okay? This should be your family's bodybuilding technique, right? Is it really okay to pass it on to an outsider like me? Why not just forget it? Don't let me get you punished by the family because of me. Minato practiced the Tieni bodybuilding technique several times, and after feeling its powerful and comprehensive training effect, he was amazed, but at the same time, he couldn't help but become more worried. He knew very well what this inheritance meant. Don't worry. Tieni listened, smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's not that I created this by combining the family's bodybuilding techniques and some of my own ideas. How to teach it is my business. Even if it is really a family thing, with my status, my father and family will not stop it. If you really feel uneasy, just consider it as my investment in you. I'm optimistic about your future, Minato. Just rest assured about this investment. At worst, when you become strong enough, you can help me again when I need you." This was not a lie. He had also told his father about Minato. Uchiha Nobuhiko was naturally willing to believe and take Tennichi's words that Minato was extremely talented and had the potential to be Hokage. If he hadn't been busy trying to win people's hearts and minds recently and preparing to reform the guard force and Uchiha, and his status wasn't suitable for meeting Minato yet, he would have wanted to meet men in person. At present, in Nobuhiko's opinion, the relationship between Tennichi and Minato is not strong enough, and it is not suitable for Minato's talent to be fully exposed to the third generation. If that happens, it will become difficult for him to win over Shin Minato. Don't think the third generation is stupid. If you underestimate this old fox, you will pay a heavy price. Minato was moved and touched after hearing this, but still a little hesitant. Ouch, could you stop being so coy? Be a real man, be decisive. Or are you worried that you won't be able to pay me back in the future? Or are you unwilling to acknowledge me as your friend? When Tianyi saw it, he frowned and scolded. No, I didn't. Minato became anxious after hearing this and wanted to explain, but finally gave up and chose to accept it calmly. Indeed, at worst, when Tianyi needs help later, he can just go back and help. Minato is also quite confident in his talent. This is what I gained from my study over the past month. Okay, I'll listen to you. If you need anything in the future, just tell me, I'll do my best to help you. Minato assured Tennichi immediately. Haha, that's right. After hearing this, Tianyi patted Minato's shoulder happily, then looked at the sky and said, "Okay, it's getting late today, let's practice here first. We'll continue after school tomorrow, let's go eat first." Good. Minato naturally had no objection, he was actually hungry too. Soon, Tennichi took Minato to a barbecue restaurant and had a hearty meal. When they parted, Tianyi took out a scroll from his arms and threw it to Minato, saying, "When you take this back, think about it carefully and try to learn it as soon as possible. If you want to keep up with my training in the future, this is a must. Don't refuse, it can be considered an investment. Let's go." After saying that, Tianyi waved his hand behind Minato's back and left in a cool manner. See you tomorrow, Tianyi. Minato took the scroll and glanced at it, then looked up at Tennichi who was walking away and wanted to say something, but finally stopped himself, and finally waved and thanked Tennichi with gratitude. Then, it only took a few minutes to get back home. After closing the door and entering the bedroom and sitting cross-legged, Minato took out the scroll and carefully opened it. Shadow clone technique? Why did Tenichi-kun give me this jutsu? Minato was excited, but also confused. He knew this ninjutsu, which could create a physical clone. It was a very useful ninjutsu whether used in combat, spying, or providing cover. But this shouldn't be something he needs to consider and master at his age, right? Since Tien-jun gave it to me, there must be a reason for it. Let me learn it first. Minato quickly gathered his thoughts and began to study seriously. The next morning, Tien arrived at school on time. After entering the classroom and greeting several classmates along the way, he sat down in a seat in the second-to-last row. He raised his hand and greeted Minato next to him. "Good morning, Minato." And Shikaku, Hiei, and Choza. "You too." Shikaku and the other two sat in front of Tenichi and Minato. "Good morning to you too, Tien," Shikaku and others responded. Tien chatted with a few people for a while, then turned to look at Minato beside him and whispered, "How is it? Have you mastered the shadow clone technique?" Minato listened, smiled bitterly and shook his head. "How can it be so fast? I just have some clues. Give me another day or two and it should be almost done. But if you want to master it, it will probably take longer. So, now can you tell me why you taught me this jutsu?" If he doesn't figure it out, he'll feel itchy and will always be thinking about it. "Huh? Tenichi, you actually taught Minato the shadow clone technique?" At this time, Lu Ju and the other two in front also obviously heard this, turned around and couldn't help asking. After all, although Tien lowered his voice, he couldn't hide it too much, and they could naturally hear it since they were close. Yes. Before Tien could say anything, Minato nodded with a wry smile and said, "I feel like I owe Tien-kun more and more, and I can't pay it back." Huh? Lu Ju and the other two were a little surprised when they heard this. Lu Ju looked at Tianyi and said, "You are really generous. I heard that you two walked together after school these days. You wouldn't." Seeing Shikaku and the other two showing 8 trigrams meaningful looks, Tianyi and Minato's faces darkened. Tianyi explained speechlessly, "Lu Ju, your thoughts are a bit unhealthy. We're just going to practice together after school. After all, there are too few things to learn in school, and the improvement of one's strength is very limited. If I don't practice more, I guess my strength won't improve much by the time I graduate. The ninja world is not peaceful. While you are still young and have time, you should work harder to improve your strength." At this point, Tianyi patted Minato's shoulder and said, "I am very optimistic about Minato's talent, but he is just a commoner, and even an orphan. He doesn't even master the basic bodybuilding techniques, let alone ninjutsu. So, it's normal to make some investments in him in advance, right?" After hearing this, Shikaku and the others couldn't help but look at Minato. Minato nodded in affirmation and said gratefully, "Right? I'm very grateful that Tenichi-kun thinks so highly of me." "I see." Lu Ju nodded in understanding and gave Tianyi a thumbs up. "Great, good vision. But we are still so young, is it necessary to think so far ahead? It seems very troublesome." Looking at the lazy-looking Shikaku, Tianyi couldn't help but twitch his eyes slightly and complained, "Your Nara family is really lazy from the same line. They are all extremely smart but they all look lazy and incompetent. Is this really a good thing? The ninja world is far from a time of long-term peace. It is the best choice to work hard to improve your strength as soon as possible. I don't want to wait until I need to use my strength, only to be unable to protect myself and my family and friends because I don't have enough strength, and end up regretting it for the rest of my life." Well, when Lu Ju and others heard this, they were stunned. They didn't know why, but they were deeply touched. Their laziness gradually subsided, and they were no longer lazy and relaxed as before. They all fell into deep thought. Obviously, they couldn't help but think of their deceased relatives. Minato stopped talking, thinking of his parents. Although the parents of Lu Ju, Hiei, Ding Zuo and others are still alive, some of their close relatives have died in battle over the years. After a while, Lu Ju came back to his senses from his deep thoughts and memories. He pinched his eyebrows with his hands, looked at Tianyi with a headache and helplessness, and complained, "You are really a mature and troublesome guy. I kind of regret talking to you today. After hearing what you said, how can I live my life with a clear conscience?" Although he had only heard the word, salted fish, a few times from Tianyi, he was already able to use it skillfully. He felt that this description was very appropriate for him and many people in Nara's family. Such a vivid image. Yes, Hiei, Dingza and even Minato nodded helplessly. At this time, in the Hokage's office, the third generation was watching and hearing the conversation between Tieni and others through the crystal ball. He stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. This kid is unexpectedly mature and stable, and he is more forward-looking and considering things. No wonder you talked about that dream. Don't you want to regret because of your lack of strength? Do you want to protect yourself and your family and friends? What a gentle child. Tsunade, what do you think? The third generation said, looking up at Tsunade in front of him. At this moment, Tsunade was actually lost in memories because of Tienyi's words. Whispering sound. Her thoughts were interrupted by the third generation. She immediately crossed her arms subconsciously and curled her lips in disdain. What do you mean? He's just a 5-year-old kid. So, you called me over here so early in the morning just to let me watch this little brat talk nonsense? Don't say that. In fact, you are also very touched by what he said, and you agree with it, right? The third generation smiled and shook his head, then his face suddenly became serious and he said, Tsunade, I hope you can accept him as your apprentice, teach him well for me, guide him to the right path, and become the successor of the Will of Fire, or even the future guardian of Konoha. This child has both good talent and character. I hope he can become a link between the village and Uchiha in the future. In the future, through him, we can truly integrate the Uchiha into Konoha and eliminate this hidden danger. Help the teacher, can you? You know, old man, I rarely ask you for anything. The third generation knew how to deal with Tsunade too well. Whether it is a tough request or something else, it may not be effective for Tsunade. But there's definitely nothing wrong with playing the emotional card. He knew that Tsunade was actually a very gentle person who was grateful and nostalgic. You really know how to find things for me to do, don't you know that I'm very busy every day? Tsunade listened, and although she still had something to say, her expression softened. After complaining a few words, she looked at Tieni in the crystal ball again. Thinking of this boy's recent reputation as a genius medical ninja, she nodded and agreed. Okay, I agree to this. I will take him in as my apprentice and teach him medical ninjutsu and such. But don't expect me to persuade him to help you deal with the Uchiha, hun. A bridge connecting the village and Uchiha. To her it was all nonsense. Doesn't she know what her teacher and Danzo and his gang think and what they mean to Uchiha? His teacher asked him to accept Uchiha Tieni as his disciple, probably more to attract Tieni, the genius of Uchiha. At the same time, it will be convenient to influence and brainwash Tieni in the future and make him work for the third generation to suppress Uchiha. Tsunade had already made up his mind at this time. Since I have decided to accept you as my apprentice, I will definitely not let you be brainwashed by the old man and really become a tool to deal with Uchiha. She didn't want such a kind person like Tieni to be exploited by the sinister old man and end up with a miserable end. This is a real teacher. That's good, it's settled. You should accept me as your disciple as soon as possible. Oh, right. Be careful with Danzo. This guy has been eyeing Uchiha Tenichi, don't give him a chance. The third generation nodded in satisfaction and gave instructions. Although he had a vague feeling that something was a little off about Tsunade's expression, he didn't think much about it and just thought that Tsunade was forced to accept a disciple and still had some emotions in his heart. Danzo, haha, what a disgusting stinking sewer rat. I understand, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. When Tsunade heard the word Danzo, her eyes narrowed slightly, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and she did not hide her disgust for Danzo. She nodded and turned away. Before leaving, she paused and reminded the third generation, by the way, old man, you should use this crystal ball less often for improper things in the future. This is unworthy of the Hokage. No, the third generation immediately got furious when they heard this, and stood up with a red face to defend themselves. Tsunade, don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Oh, after hearing this, Tsunade turned his head and glanced at the third generation, saying with disdain, do you think I believe it? This was said carelessly by Jiraiya when he was drunk. I believe he won't lie when he's drunk. After saying that, Tsunade left without looking back. She did it on purpose. Since the old man dared to cause trouble for her, She couldn't let him live too comfortably, right? Of course, Tsunade had long been fed up with the third generation's behavior of using a crystal ball to spy on the hot spring house. The timing is just right today to give third generation some trouble. As for whether this will harm Jiraiya, he deserves it. No, Tsunade. Wait, listen to my explanation. It's not like that. Jiraiya slandered me, he slandered me. The third generation raised Kang's hand and shouted with a rising voice. Unfortunately, Tsunade had already gone far away. Why? Finally, third generation slumped down in his office chair, regretting that he had not asked the Anbu hiding around to leave first. This time, his reputation will definitely be damaged to a small extent. Jiraiya, that B********************* D, actually dared to tell Tsunade and the others about this. It's outrageous. You clearly promised me that you wouldn't say anything. The third generation then thought of Jiraiya as the culprit, and thought with anger on his face. He decided that he had to punish Jiraiya severely next. It just so happened that they had never practiced together as master and disciple, and he thought that recently was a good time to do so. This is also to encourage Jiraiya to make progress. In addition, he was going to assign Jiraiya a few more tiring and troublesome tasks. Let him talk nonsense, huh? Tieni didn't know that the third generation and Tsunade had already decided on his teacher. If the flowers knew about this, they would probably be ecstatic. So, does this have anything to do with you teaching Minato the shadow clone technique? Shikaku suddenly forced himself to change the subject. He was quite curious about this, same question. Hiei, Danzo and even Minato all nodded and looked at Tieni. Hehe. When Tieni saw them like this, he immediately had an idea in his mind. He immediately whispered to the four people in a seductive tone. I believe you must have felt that you have learned everything that was taught in school recently. There is nothing to learn anymore. It's boring, right? Shikaku, Hiei, and Minato all nodded. Lien Dingzo also nodded subconsciously, but soon he shook his head again and again. No, actually, I can still learn something. When the others heard this, they all looked over. Dingzuo's expression froze immediately, and he quickly covered his mouth and said, I was wrong. Tieni, go on, what's the matter? Ahem. Tieni immediately cleared his throat and whispered seductively. Since you all feel bored and want to make progress and work hard to improve your strength, why don't we use Shadow Clone to go to school instead of as every day from now on? I will go to practice with you, will you? Wouldn't it be better if we could learn from each other, encourage each other, and make progress together? What do you think? That's right, he was no longer satisfied with just getting Minato to use Shadow Clone to skip classes. Wouldn't it be better to take the opportunity to get Ino Shikacho and even more people involved? It just so happened that his subsequent Uchiha Interest Alliance plan also required him to build good relationships with Shikaku and others so as to get them to join. If you want to have a strong relationship, skipping classes together and practicing together is the best way at the moment. When Shikaku and the others heard what Tieni said, they were stunned and looked at Tieni in surprise. Is this the reason why you let Minato learn Shadow Clone? To skip classes? Using Shadow Clone to teach? You are really a genius? You can even come up with such a method?
Hiei looked at Tieni speechlessly. Where?
Tieni smiled and waved his hand slightly, saying, this is actually not my original idea. Many predecessors have done this in the past. I am just copying others' ideas. So, what's your answer? Gazing at Tieni's questioning look, Minato was the first to nod. I have no objection. This is fine. But, are you sure the teacher won't find out? It would be terrible if we were discovered, Minato you. As soon as these words came out, Shikaku and the others looked at Minato and said in surprise. I thought you were an honest and good student, but I didn't expect. No, don't get me wrong. Minato saw this and quickly waved his hand and explained. It's not that I want to skip classes and be a bad student. What the school teaches is too simple. It's such a waste of time to stay here all day. Although I have only been in school for a month, I have already finished learning all the content of the first grade. I even learned the second grade teaching content through the library. I really don't want to waste my time like this. Also, I was quite touched by what Tieni said before. I really don't want to regret for the rest of my life because I don't have enough strength when I need it one day, and watch my companions pass away. I guess it's the same for you guys, Shikaku? After hearing this, Shikaku and the others nodded subconsciously. Why don't you join us? With some guidance one day, we will surely be able to improve faster. You may not know this, but he is a super demon. He learns and understands everything quickly. These days, with his help, I feel that I am many times faster than if I were practicing on my own. Don't you want to be recognized by your family and become a true genius? Minato immediately invited the three again and tempted them. Tieni heard this and glanced at Minato in surprise. The look seemed to say, I didn't expect you to be like this, Minato. You're not honest either. Minato noticed the look in Tenichi's eyes and gave him a shy smile in return. Are you kidding me? When did he become a rigid and honest man? He's a smart guy, isn't he? Tieni and I will definitely use Shadow Clone to skip classes next. Since Lu Ju and the other two knew about this matter, it would be safer to drag them into the water as well and prevent the secret from leaking. Otherwise, if the teacher finds out, you will definitely be in trouble. Is this true or false? After hearing this, Lu Ju and the other two looked at Tianyi in surprise. You'll know after trying it. I'm still willing to communicate with you all and make progress together. Tianyi nodded with a smile. Okay, I'm in. Shikaku thought about it for a moment, and under the burning gazes of Tenichi and Minato, he looked at Haiyi and Choza. The three of them nodded to each other, and Shikaku was the first to nod in agreement. We too. Haiyi and Danzo followed closely and nodded in agreement. It's not that they really have such a strong motivation to become stronger. The main reason is that I feel that skipping classes to practice is actually much more interesting than staying in school to attend classes. It's settled then. Welcome aboard. After hearing this, Tieni and Minato looked at each other, stretched out their hands and put them together, then looked at Shikaku and the other two. Seeing this, Shikaku and the others also stretched out their hands and put them together to make an agreement. Next, the most urgent task is for the three of you to learn and even master the Shadow Clone technique as soon as possible. Is that okay? Do you need me to teach you the Shadow Clone training method? Tieni immediately struck while the iron was hot. No need, we can just find family to learn from. If we are willing to learn, they will definitely be willing to teach us. Shikaku shook his head. He didn't want to owe Tieni a favor because of this kind of thing. It is difficult to repay a debt of favor. Okay. It's settled then. Once you have mastered the Shadow Clone technique, we will start this plan. During the next period of time, if you are interested, you can come with us to our secret training base after school and try to practice together. Tieni extended the invitation again. Sure, this is a good opportunity to verify if what Minato said is really that amazing. Naturally, Lu Ju and the others would not refuse. With this agreement, the relationship between the few people has been further improved and they have become more familiar with each other. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Using Shadow Clone to skip class to practice? That's quite an idea, little brat. I'm looking forward to accepting you as my disciple now. At this moment, outside the window, Tsunade was thinking with her arms folded and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Apparently, she had been standing there for a while. Even when she was able to hide and Tieni didn't activate his perception, even Tieni didn't notice it. After school that day, Tieni brought Minato, Ino Shika Cho to the secret training base on the Minami Kaga River and started today's training. Not only did he practice on his own, he also sent out a Shadow Clone to guide Minato and others. He helped them correct some incorrect ways of cultivation. Under his guidance, Lu Ju and the others suddenly felt enlightened, and their cultivation efficiency increased several times. The practice process also becomes easier. In particular, in this process, I can feel that I am constantly improving, and this feeling is somewhat fascinating. Even Shikaku is no exception. This kid is quite capable. This kind of experience and guidance ability is not something a 5-year-old kid can possess. Are you extremely insightful? All of this was seen by Tsunade, who was also following secretly. Tsunade couldn't help but look at him with admiration. I am becoming more and more satisfied and interested in Tieni. What she didn't know was that Tieni had discovered her through perception since she left school. Furthermore, Tsunade's identity was also confirmed. Therefore, these may not be intentionally shown to Tsunade. Only by improving your own value can you attract Tsunade's attention and be recognized and accepted as his disciple more easily. Tieni obviously didn't know at this time that third generation and Tsunade had already decided to accept him as their apprentice. More than an hour later, as the sky gradually darkened, Tieni released Shadow Clone and clapped his hands, saying, "Alright. It's getting late. Let's stop here for today, we'll continue tomorrow. Everyone, try to master the Shadow Clone technique as soon as possible. That way, we can have more time to practice together and become stronger every day, work hard. I hope that in the future we can all become independent and legendary ninjas who are famous in the ninja world. Protect Konoha, protect your family, and protect everything you care about." After hearing this, Lu Ju and others felt their blood boiling and nodded in unison. "Thank you so much, Tieni, for inviting us to join and for guiding us so attentively. I feel like the ninjas you teach are much better than the ones we have at home." Shikaku thanked Tieni sincerely. Indeed, Hai also nodded in agreement and thanked Tieni. "Thank you, Tieni, I feel the same way. Your explanations are easier to understand and absorb. What a master teacher." "Yeah, I agree, thank you, Tieni." Ding Zuo also nodded repeatedly to express his approval and gratitude. "Haha, I'm definitely not comparable to the teachers at your home. They're definitely better than me. Just do it as long as you think it's useful. No need to keep thanking me. We are friends, right? It's only natural for friends to help each other." Tieni smiled modestly and waved his hand. "They may be stronger than you now, but their teaching ability is definitely not as good as yours, at least not suitable for us." Shikaku shook his head, then said to Tieni seriously, "You are right, we are friends. If you and Minato need help in the future, don't hide it, just say it. We will try our best to help if we can." When Ding Zuo and Hai heard this, they nodded in agreement. "Shikaku is talking about what we mean. Friends, there should be give and take. One-sided giving is neither normal nor right. They are not the kind of people who only know how to take advantage." In short, they recognized Uchiha Tieni as a friend. Tisk tisk. This brat has a lot of words to say, and he's quite good at bewitching people. You've almost made my blood boil, but it's nice to have friends like this. Tsunade first complained about Tieni in her heart with deep meaning, and then, she was attracted by their friendship and showed a hint of admiration and envy. Although she has two good friends, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, as time goes by, the Sannin seem to be drifting apart because of their own ideals and goals. "I hope your friendship will last forever," Tsunade sighed in her heart. Soon, Tieni and the others left here and parted ways halfway. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Tieni. "Who?" Tieni looked at the person in front of him warily. In fact, he knew that this person was Tsunade, he just used the transformation technique. After all, Tsunade had been following him and had never left his mental perception range, so he naturally saw her performing the transformation technique. But he figured Tsunade was testing him at this point, so he didn't reveal it. The transformed Tsunade heard this but didn't say anything, she just rushed towards Tieni and punched him. Tieni directly used the body flicker technique to dodge. At the same time, he pulled out 2 kunai and 3 shurikens from his ninja tool bag and threw them at Tsunade with special techniques, blocking Tsunade from all directions. Wow, this Uchiha throwing technique is really beautiful. Tsunade sensed all this and raised her brows slightly. Crack! The ground under his feet was crushed by a body flicker technique, and he broke away from the encirclement at an extremely fast speed, rushed towards Tieni again, and punched him. Tieni used the body flicker technique again to dodge, and completed the seal halfway through, and suddenly sprayed at Tsunade. Raging. Immediately, a super huge high-temperature fireball that was more than 5 meters in size rushed towards Tsunade. Huh? Upon seeing this, Tsunade twisted her body in midair without hesitation, increased the chakra in her right fist, and punched the oncoming fireball hard. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying impact force directly shattered the great fireball. The fist broke through the fireball and hit Tieni directly. Oh my god! Murder! Tieni sensed a deadly danger and without hesitation, he dodged more than 10 meters away. Boom! The fist smashed into the ground the next moment, creating a huge pit several meters deep and covering an area of more than 10 meters. The ground around was shattered, as if it had been hit by a comet. "Are you going to kill me? Don't be so serious." When Tianyi saw this scene and the deep pit spreading to his feet, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He could no longer pretend and could not help but roar at Tsunade. He thought Tsunade just wanted to test his strength, to test him or something. As a result, it actually happened. If you were really hit by such a terrifying and powerful punch, wouldn't you be broken into pieces? Well, Tsunade was slightly stunned when she heard this, and felt a little embarrassed because she had just been attacked by the great fireball and she subconsciously overreacted. Fortunately, she finally stopped, slowed down, and changed the direction of her punch. Otherwise, with Tianyi's current strength, he would definitely not be able to dodge that punch. But Tsunade obviously won't admit that. So, she directly cancelled the transformation technique, forcibly changed the subject, and looked at Tianyi meaningfully. "Little ghost, have you recognized me a long time ago?" She could see that the kid obviously knew that she was not an enemy. "But that's true, I have no intention to kill. But this shouldn't be something a 5-year-old kid can detect, right?" That's right, Tianyi didn't intend to continue beating around the bush with Tsunade, so he just admitted it directly. He had almost understood at this time that this was the result of his recent performance plus the effect of his wish. Tsunade should be here to accept him as his apprentice this time. Then there is no need to be false. My mental strength is pretty good, and I have sensed your presence through my mind a long time ago. I recognized you, and even sensed you performing the transformation technique. You must be Master Tsunade, right? What do you want from me? While speaking, Tianyi appeared to be very calm, having lost his previous unhappiness, but his eyes deliberately revealed his admiration for Tsunade. After all, his character at this point was a medical ninjutsu genius, and he was very interested in medical ninjutsu and medicine. Of course, we should worship Tsunade, the medical master. Sure enough, Tsunade noticed this, feeling slightly proud and delighted, and raised her eyebrows and said, "Spiritual perception? I didn't expect you to have this talent, no wonder." But, at this point, Tsunade's face darkened and she appeared next to Tenichi. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Tianyi's cheek and pulled it, pretending to be vicious and said, "Since you have already discovered me, but did not expose me, and even cooperated with me in the battle, is this all intentional? You're teasing me, how do you think I should punish you?" No. When Tianyi heard this, he wordlessly slapped Tsunade's mischievous hand away and stepped back a few meters. He rubbed his red cheeks with his hands and complained speechlessly. "Why are you still blaming me? I wasn't sure about your purpose at the beginning. If I really revealed it in advance, you would definitely be unhappy, right? Then I might as well cooperate with you and see what you want to do. You can't be unreasonable. I haven't even complained about you almost beating me to death just now. You wouldn't do that. This woman does have a great figure, but she does have some issues with her personality. If you don't have enough strength, it's better not to do anything reckless. Otherwise, there will be danger to life, ahem." Tsunade blushed slightly after hearing this, and said in a clever way, "Don't talk nonsense. I actually restrained my strength at the critical moment and changed the direction of attack. Even if you didn't dodge in time, the most you get is a serious injury. In my hands, I can heal this injury in less than a week. Don't slander me." When Tianyi heard this, he immediately frowned. "Do you want to listen to what you are talking about? What do you mean by just seriously injured? You suddenly showed up and punched a 5-year-old kid like me, and the most I got was a serious injury? Is this human language?" He suddenly regretted making a wish to become Tsunade's apprentice. This woman seems unreliable no matter how you look at her. Ahem. Tsunade was even more embarrassed after hearing this. She immediately became angry and stretched out her hands to grab Tianyi's cheeks and rubbed them for a while before letting go. He immediately changed the subject again and said, "Stop talking nonsense, little brat. I can see that you are very talented, intelligent, and eloquent. I can't argue with you, can I? It's my fault this time. As compensation, I will take you as my apprentice and teach you my medical ninjutsu, okay? Aren't you a genius in medical ninjutsu? This is a perfect match for my major. Do you have any objections?" Although Tianyi was speechless after hearing this, he really wanted to say, "You followed me and tested me before. Weren't you planning to take me in as your apprentice?" Now it becomes compensation? But he didn't dare to say this out loud, because he was worried that Tsunade, the tiger girl, would explode on the spot and choose not to accept him as her apprentice in anger. If it were someone else, this possibility would be low, but Tsunade could probably do it. Really, therefore, Tianyi chose to quit while he was ahead and looked at Tsunade in astonishment and asked back. Yeah, really? Tsunade nodded with a grin. So, kid, what's your answer? Are you willing? I do, Uchiha Tennichi. Meet Tsunade-sensei. Tianyi immediately bowed to Tsunade happily and responded. This step is finally accomplished. Then many subsequent plans can be officially launched and get on track. Very good, from today on, you are my disciple. Starting tomorrow, you will come to see me at the ninja hospital every morning and I will teach you medical ninjutsu. Any questions? Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and made the arrangements. Well, Tianyi heard this and said hesitantly, but I still had to go to school. Oh, after hearing this, Tsunade folded her hands, looked at Tianyi with a playful expression and said teasingly, didn't you say that you have learned almost everything that the school can teach? Aren't you planning to use the shadow clone technique to go to school in your place, and even instigated a few classmates to do so? You still care about this? Hee. Tianyi heard this and immediately said awkwardly. This is different, using shadow clone to take my place in class is a last resort. I don't want to waste time for nothing. Now is my golden period to become stronger, how can I waste time? The point is that I had no legitimate reason to explain to the teacher what I did. But learning medical ninjutsu with you is a serious matter. I can just explain the situation to the teacher directly, and then use shadow clone to go to school in my place. This way, we don't have to worry about shadow clone being exposed, right? So, teacher, you can either give me a certificate and let me give it to my head teacher. Either you come to school tomorrow and explain the situation to my teacher in person, you see. As he said that, Tennichi looked at Tsunade eagerly. You are very thoughtful, kid. Tsunade listened and shook her head in amusement. She had to admit that this kid was really smart and had taken all the human relationships into consideration. Okay, she couldn't help but stretched out her hand and pinched Tianyi's cute cheek again and said, I'll go to the school tomorrow and explain the situation to your teacher in person. Thank you, teacher. When Tianyi heard this, he was overjoyed and thanked him. Now, he doesn't have to worry about the teacher finding out about shadow clone, hee. You're welcome, it's my honor. Tsunade waved her hand nonchalantly, then beckoned. All right. Let's go. Take me to your house. I still need to talk to your parents about becoming your apprentice. This matter must be reported to Tianyi's parents. If Tianyi's parents don't agree, then this matter will be a bit troublesome. However, Tsunade estimated that this was impossible. This matter is beneficial to both Tianyi and Uchiha, so there is no reason for them to disagree. As for, should we be careful about Tianyi being brainwashed because of this? Sorry, Tsunade won't do that, nor will she allow the third generation to do that. If the third generation wanted to control and brainwash Tennichi in this way, Tsunade could only say that he was overthinking it. She wouldn't allow it. As the old man has gained more and more power over the years, his desire for control has also grown. He cannot stand the emergence of people or things beyond his control, which is not a good thing. Although Tsunade cannot stop it, she will never help it. At least, she is Tsunade's disciple, and she will not allow the third generation to interfere and manipulate her like a pawn. So, from the very beginning, the third generation's plan failed. Okay, teacher, please follow me. Tianyi naturally had no objection. However, before leaving, he looked around and at the deep pit on the ground, and couldn't help asking Tsunade. Teacher, there was such a big commotion before, why didn't any ninja come to check? Isn't this a bit strange? Also, are we just going to leave this Ken here and ignore him? Nonsense. After hearing this, Tsunade glared at Tianyi, then stopped immediately, made hand seals, leaned over and slapped the ground. Earth-style land leveling technique. The next moment, the entire ground began to wriggle. In an instant, the deep pit was filled. Except for the soil which looked somewhat fresh, the grass and trees in the area were empty and broken, and everything seemed to have returned to the state before it was destroyed. Done. Let's go. After Tsunade finished doing all this, she stood up and clapped her hands, calling for Shang Tianyi, and continued to reply as she walked. The reason why no one came is because I sent Shadow Clone to inform the Anbu and the guards nearby in advance, asking them not to come over for the time being if they heard any movement here. Oh, Tian Yi heard it and immediately understood. I knew it, no wonder. Oh, Tsunade smiled and stretched out her hand to pinch Tian Yi's cheek, pulling it and teasing. You think too much, you even noticed such details. But this is also good. Ninja, it is better to be careful. This way you are less likely to make mistakes and your ability to save your life will be better. Also, if you want to be an excellent medical ninja, you also need to be careful enough. Keep it up. Tianyi wordlessly slapped Tsunade's mischievous hand away and moved more than a meter to the side. While rubbing her red cheeks with her hands, she glanced at Tsunade with a resentful look and complained. Tsunade teacher, can you stop pinching my face all the time? It hurts, okay? He knew he looked a little cute, but that was no reason for you to mess around. Yo, look at your little eyes. Tsunade listened, and immediately Ichiraku, and made a joke, but when he saw Tenichi's look became even more resentful, he stopped. Then he asked jokingly, by the way, from now on, I will go with me to learn medical ninjutsu every day, and Shadow Clone will have to go to school. Are you sure you can handle it? Also, you seem to have promised your classmates that you would use Shadow Clone to skip classes and practice on your own, right? How will you deal with it then? Teacher, I'm very curious. Tisk tisk tisk. Tianyi. Teacher, is it really okay for you to gloat over other people's misfortunes like this? Tianyi was speechless. This woman is really a show-off. What's wrong with that? Tsunade spread her hands cheerfully and said, isn't what I said the truth? Yes. Tianyi looked at Tsunade deeply and said speechlessly. However, it's just to split off one more Shadow Clone. With my chakra and mental strength, I can still hold on. So, this is not a problem at all. I'm sorry to disappoint you, teacher. Granted, his current chakra amount was only at the level of an ordinary chunin, but his mental strength was strong enough to withstand the information shock and fatigue of multiple Shadow Clones. The control over chakra is also extremely high. Even if Shadow Clone chakra is a little less, it can be maintained for a longer period of time. Not to mention, he has successfully switched to the chakra movement method for more than a month, and his chakra volume is increasing every day. Although it was the same amount as an ordinary chunin, his chakra amount had increased by at least 20% compared to a month ago. As time goes by, his chakra amount will only increase. It will not take many years before he no longer has to worry about chakra matters. Huh? After hearing this, Tsunade looked at Tianyi in surprise. So confident? It seems that I underestimated you? Yes, you can sense my presence from hundreds of meters away. Your mental strength is really strong. Did you activate the Sharingan? If the Sharingan is activated, then it would be easier to explain why his mental power is stronger. No, Tianyi shook his head. I'm only 5 years old, how can I open the Sharingan so early? Besides, in my opinion, it is not a good idea to activate the Sharingan too early when your physique is not strong enough. It is easy to get blood disease and die young. Aren't the original future Uchiha Itachi and even Kagaya Kimimaro typical examples? It is a truth that premature wisdom will lead to harm. After hearing this, Tsunade looked at Tianyi in surprise. I didn't expect you to have such insight. Although it's not completely accurate, you're right for the most part. The mind and the body are in themselves a unity of opposites. Without either one, life cannot exist. Similarly, if the balance between the two is disrupted, various problems will arise in life. Since you can realize this, I now believe that you have really been studying medicine seriously in the past few months and you are really passionate about it. I'm afraid I've really found a treasure this time. It's okay. Tianyi smiled and nodded. Actually, I am more interested in becoming stronger. But if you want to become stronger in the most appropriate way and at the fastest speed, relying solely on talent and existing training methods is far from enough in my opinion. If you follow the path of your predecessors and only follow the advice of others, you will not go far and will not be able to surpass your predecessors. But studying medicine can solve this problem to a certain extent. It allows me to understand the human body more clearly and better explore its potential. Adjust and create various training methods and even ninjutsu that are more suitable for me. This is the original intention of my training in medical skills and medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, the medical skills in my family are quite limited. At present, I have thoroughly understood all the medical skills in my family after seeing patients. For some days, I can only rely on my own thinking to improve. Teacher, I heard that Konoha Hospital has a lot of medical books. Is that true? Can I read them later? Simply studying medicine will not make you stronger, nor will it save the Uchiha or even the ninja world. Absolute strength is the real key. Therefore, it is impossible for Tieni to simply study medicine. This was just a stepping stone for him, part of his plan. Huh? Tsunade was slightly surprised when she heard Tieni's words. She didn't expect Tieni to think this way. She was silent for a moment, thinking of her companions who had been killed or injured during past missions. She had to admit that Tieni's idea might be correct. Medical skills are important or not, strength is the most important. Sure. Thinking of this, Tsunade calmed down and nodded, saying, since you have become my disciple and are so eager to learn, the medical books in the hospital and even in my home can naturally be open to you. I just hope that you won't be perfunctory when the time comes, and learn from me seriously. Of course. Tieni nodded affirmatively. Even if it is not for understanding the human body, assisting in cultivation, and mastering powerful medical abilities, it will also be able to provide timely treatment for myself, my friends, and companions when they are injured in the future. I don't have any intention of looking down on medical skills. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent so much time and effort to learn medicine and read so many medical books. He is not extreme. That's good. Tsunade listened and nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the two entered the Uchiha tribe's territory. Many people along the way saw Tieni and greeted him enthusiastically, and Tieni responded with a smile. At the same time, the Uchiha who met also saw Tsunade with Tenichi and naturally recognized her. They were all surprised and curious that Tieni actually brought Tsunade into the tribe's territory. However, no one asked any more questions. Naturally, the clan leader or higher-ups will take care of matters like this. Before or in the early stages of village construction, we may need to be vigilant. But now that the Senju clan is almost gone, the feud between the two clans has long been meaningless, and there is nothing to worry about. Wow, I didn't realize you're quite popular among Uchiha? Tsunade took it all in, smiling and whispering teasingly. It's okay. Tieni shook his head noncommittally. After all, I am the son of the clan leader and a genius. I think I have a pretty easygoing personality and am not difficult to get along with. Isn't it normal that I am popular? Tisk tisk. Where's the snotty little brat? Tsunade was stunned at first when she heard this, but when she saw Tieni's serious look, she couldn't help but want to pinch Tieni's face. But this time she missed and was dodged by Tieni. Alright, we're home. Let me sense it. My parents are here. Please come in, teacher. At this time, Tieni and Tsunade had already arrived at the door of Tien's house. Tieni used his spiritual perception to sense that his parents were at home, so he welcomed Tsunade in. After that, of course, there was an introduction. At the same time, Tsunade also stated the purpose of his visit. Patriarch Nobuhiko. I came here this time to accept Uchiha Tieni as my disciple. He has already agreed. What do you think? We naturally have no objection to this. Uchiha Nobuhiko suppressed his ecstasy and astonishment, and smiled calmly on the surface, saying, Tieni is a smart child. He has his own opinions since he was a child, and he has never let us down. So, let's just follow his ideas. From now on, please take good care of my Tieni, Princess Tsunade. Yes. Zinmei placed a cup of tea in front of Tsunade, sat down next to Uchiha Nobuhiko, and also looked at Tsunade with a smile and said, Tenichi is a kid with some talent in medical ninjutsu. You've also learned some medical ninjutsu from me recently. Unfortunately, I am not talented enough in this area. I am just an ordinary medical ninja at best. I can no longer teach him. Now that Tsunade-ji is willing to accept you as a disciple, that's great, we still have you to thank. In fact, Uchiha Nobuhiko and Kokumi were both shocked and surprised at this time. When they first heard that Tieni was planning to become Tsunade's apprentice, they thought it was impossible. Even though Tieni had a plan for this and was very confident, They only assisted and supported him with the idea of not discouraging the child. Unexpectedly, Tianyi actually did it so quickly. If Tsunade hadn't been there at this moment, they really wanted to ask Tianyi how he did it. Since Tsunade showed up here in person to accept a disciple, it meant that this matter must have been approved by the third generation. This is the most valuable thing. No way, you're too polite. Tsunade smiled and waved her hand after hearing this. She reached out and touched Tianyi's head while he looked helpless. She messed up his hair and said, "This kid has amazing talent in medical ninjutsu and even ninjutsu. If the third generation hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known it. It is my honor to accept him as my disciple." After that, the atmosphere became more harmonious. Tsunade didn't stay here for too long. After chatting with Tianyi's family for more than 10 minutes, he said goodbye and left. When Tianyi sent Tsunade away from the Uchiha tribe and returned home, he found that his father was still sitting in the living room, looking at Tianyi, who came in with an attitude of a 3-judge trial. Mom and Dad, what are you doing?" Tianyi said speechlessly. "What do you think?" Uchiha Nobuhiko pointed to the opposite side, motioning Tianyi to sit down, and then he asked curiously, "Tell me, how did you do it? I didn't have high hopes for your plan to become Tsunade's apprentice, but I didn't expect it to actually work out. It's incredible." For safety reasons, Uchiha Nobuhiko not only kept the isolation barrier covering the entire yard open, he also waved his hand and set up another barrier in the living room. The main concern is that the subsequent conversation will be discovered by outsiders. "I didn't do anything." Tianyi smiled and shook his head. "I just showed great approval and admiration for the third generation's presentation of the Will of Fire during the opening ceremony, acting like a fanatical fan of the third generation. In addition to the genius character that you, Father, have helped me lay the groundwork for, as well as my identity. It made third generation pay close attention to me. In the past month or so, he has actually been paying attention to my words and actions every day. We even sent people from Anbu to secretly track and record, to confirm whether I am truly his admirer and whether I truly highly approve of the Will of Fire. Now, since Tsunade has come to accept me as a disciple herself, it's obvious that my plan was successful. My disguise has successfully fooled the third generation. Third generation thinks I'm a promising talent. He probably sees hope in influencing and controlling Uchiha through me in the future. So, my success is not unexpected. Well, without the miraculous power brought by 20 wishes, things would never have gone so smoothly. In fact, the possibility of failure is extremely high. But these must not be told to anyone, including his parents." Hiss. "So, all of this was part of your plan from the beginning to the end? You played the third generation around?" Uchiha Nobuhiko and Kokumi couldn't help but gasp when they heard this and asked, why did they suddenly feel that their son's scheming was a little scary? "Almost," Tianyi nodded affirmatively. "As you know, my mental power is quite strong. Currently, my sensing range has reached 500 meters. I can sense many things. By the way, speaking of mental power, I recently created a Sharingan eye-opening method and a 3-tomo Sharingan meditation method. The former can develop blood, allowing the Uchiha tribe to open their eyes peacefully through practice without any stimulation, and there will be no problem of mental personality becoming extreme. The latter can further develop and tap into our Uchiha bloodline potential, strengthen our spiritual power and pupil power, and raise our Sharingan from 1 Magatama to 3 Magatama perfection, with the potential to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. I have verified it for a while and confirmed that there is no problem, so, Father and Mother, you can practice now." As he spoke, Tianyi raised his hand and pointed at the two of them through the air, directly using his mental power to send the relevant information of the two methods of cultivation into their minds. The two felt a large amount of information emerging in their minds and had to close their eyes to digest it. A few minutes later, the two opened their eyes almost at the same time, gasped again, looked at Tian Yidong in shock and said, "Is this true? You can even create such a terrifying technique? Is there anything you can't do?" Tianyi listened, smiled and shrugged, saying, "This is all thanks to you, Father, for opening the clan library for me, and thanks to you, Mother, for teaching me medical ninjutsu and medical skills. These are of great help to me in creating these exercises. This is not a lie. Without the knowledge and information about Sharingan and the human body in the Uchiha family library, even if Tieni had a cheat, the number of wishes he had before would definitely not be enough to create these two skills. The only thing is, let's achieve each other. Forget it, kid. I know very well how valuable the things in the clan treasury are. It's all because you are too naive. Uchiha Nobuhiko did not follow Tienyi's words, but just shook his head with emotion. I gave birth to a good son. By the way, when will Big Brother come back? Let's teach him the 3 Tomo Sharingan training method as well. Tienyi didn't want to dwell on this issue, so he changed the subject directly. It will probably take a few more days. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded and looked at Tienyi with relief. You're quite nice to your elder brother. It's not like the two of you are always at odds with each other, right? Tienyi shrugged noncommittally. After all, we are brothers. It's okay to joke around and trick each other on weekdays, but when it comes to serious matters, we can't be willful. Uchiha Faith and Kokumi both smiled knowingly upon hearing this. This is good. Wait for your eldest brother to come back and teach him in person. Uchiha Nobuhiko explained, then his expression became serious and he said, however, in the short term, I do not recommend that these 2 techniques be taught to clan members outside of our family. It's not the right time yet. Let's wait until I have integrated the family, eliminated the problems, and completed the internal reforms of the family. Now, your safety is the most important thing. However, this will temporarily delay the rise of some families. But Uchiha Nobuhiko would rather do this than put Tienyi in danger. He wanted to nip in the bud any danger. The Sharingan eye-opening method is even more so. Its significance even exceeds that of the 3 Tomo Sharingan training method. It must not be known to others in the short term, especially those in the village. Otherwise, we don't know how much suppression and targeting the 3rd generation will face. A world where everyone can easily open their eyes through practice, or even practice step by step to reach the Uchiha of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, is definitely not what the 3rd generation wants to see. That means every Uchiha is a potential Jonin. The lowest achievement in the future will be at least Jonin. Even if Tienyi fails to create a practice method to open Mangekyo in the future, the base number of 3 Magatama Uchiha has increased so much that everyone can still practice to the perfection of 3 Magatama. Then the probability of them opening the Mangekyo Sharingan through stimulation will also be greatly increased. Once Mangekyo is activated, it will be cage-level combat power. Even when paired with the eye technique and Susanoo, it is not suitable for the weak even at the cage level. Horrible. Tienyi nodded in agreement. I actually thought the same thing. But there's no need to hide it from you guys. First of all, I believe in you. Secondly, if I don't let you know this, it will be inconvenient for you to cooperate with me in the future to reform Uchiha, Konoha, and even the ninja world. He is too young to get involved in the family reforms. It's better to leave it to your father. Therefore, these things naturally need to be explained to my father. Anyway, as long as it doesn't involve wish talent, it's not that important to Tienyi. So this is what you think? Uchiha Nobuhiko smiled knowingly after hearing this. His son is willing to believe in him without reservation, so what else can he say? You are treating me, your father, as a tool for your reform, haha. Uchiha Nobuhiko is a hilarious and candid man. Tienyi listened and looked at his father jokingly, then are you willing? Of course I'm willing to do that, haha. I wish there were more of this kind of thing. Uchiha Nobuhiko's signature laugh. This is his son. Oh, right? Haven't you been researching the sealing technique recently? Have you made any impressive achievements? Uchiha Nobuhiko suddenly thought of something and couldn't help asking. Tienyi looked at him with some doubt and said, of course there are some. But most of the sealing techniques mastered by the family are not of high level, so the harvest is limited. It is far from meeting my requirements. I think I should try to get some advanced sealing techniques from teacher Tsunade. After all, her grandmother is Uzumaki Mito, isn't she? In addition, Tienyi discovered that Uzumaki Kushina had not yet arrived in Konoha. Not really. There were many different opinions about the time when she came to Konoha in her previous life. Some say that they are orphans brought back after the Uzumaki clan was exterminated. There is also a saying that they were brought back first, but the Uzumaki clan was destroyed soon after. Tienyi actually prefers the latter. Uzumaki Mito, You're actually starting to hit on her? Is that going to be a problem? Take it easy, kid. This guy is not such a simple person. When facing her, it's best not to have any bad thoughts, otherwise you won't be able to hide it from her. Uchiha Nobuhiko was not happy after hearing this. Instead, he warned with a serious and worried look on his face. Only those who have actually faced Uzumaki Mito and dealt with her know how terrifying this woman is. Although she is the wife of Hokage Senju Hashirama, she is not a vase roll. Tieni looked at Shinyen in surprise and asked, "Father, have you met her? Do you know her well?" With the memories of his past life, he immediately understood the possible hidden meaning in Nobuhiko's words. Nine Tails has the ability to sense good and evil. Uzumaki Mito, who is a Jinchuriki, naturally also has it. What's more, this woman also has the Kagura Heart's Eye, which is inherited from the Uzumaki clan. If the two are used together, her ability to see through the good and evil in people's hearts will only become more perverted. I don't know much about it, but I know something about Nine Tails from your grandfather. That monster has the terrifying ability to sense good and evil. And Uzumaki Mito, who is a Jinchuriki, also shares this ability. So, anyone who targeted her in the past usually ended up with a bad ending. Speaking of this, Uchiha Nobuhiko also looked a little sad. Is that so? Tieni nodded in surprise, but thought to himself, sure enough. He thought that his grandfather might have heard the news from Uchiha Madara back then. After all, it was Uchiha Madara who captured Nine Tails and contracted it to become a summoning beast. Uchiha Madara is certainly well aware of Nine Tails' abilities. By the way, father, why do I feel that there are even quite a few books on sealing techniques in the clan library? Especially the books on the supremacy of three Tomo Sharingan? I feel like there are a lot of missing books? Logically speaking, as an ancient bloodline family with a history of more than 1,000 years, this should not be the case. Could it be that Uchiha Madara took these away when he left Konoha? Tieni couldn't help but ask the doubts that had been hidden in his heart for many days. Haha. Did you find out? Uchiha Nobuhiko listened and nodded with a wry smile. Isn't it just as you guessed? When Uchiha Madara left Konoha, he wanted to take the Uchiha clan with him. But we chose to refuse because we were tired of war and accustomed to the peaceful life in Konoha. As a result, he was so angry that he scrolled up a large number of precious books and resources in the family. He even took away the Uchiha fan, the family heirloom. Can there be no missing pieces? Otherwise, a clan as powerful and ancient as the Uchiha wouldn't have only inherited a few scraps of sealing techniques. That's all there is to it, and many of them were obtained by the tribesmen one after another later. Really? Tieni was speechless after hearing this, and thought to himself. It seems that when I face Uchiha Madara next time, I have to find a way to get all these Vice Admiral books back from him. This is a classic book accumulated over thousands of years. There are so many good things, which will be of great help to Tieni in continuing to derive the chakra system and other cultivation methods in the future. Thinking of Uchiha Madara, Tieni thought of White Zetsu again. He once again used his mental power to cover every area near his home, including underground, and only felt relieved after confirming that there was no White Zetsu. In fact, in the past few days, he occasionally found traces of White Zetsu lurking underground or in trees in the tribe or village. Apparently, Konoha and many parts of Uchiha are under White Zetsu's surveillance. Uchiha Madara never seemed to give up monitoring Konoha. Come to think of it, if he didn't know anything about Konoha or other ninja villages, how could he do things in secret? Don't think about it. Uchiha Nobuhiko saw Tieni's disappointed expression and thought that he was still unhappy about the lost books, so he immediately comforted him. Okay. That's Uchiha Madara, he wants to take it away, who could stop him in the first place? Unfortunately, he is dead, and the books he took away are completely lost. Unless we temporarily revive him through reanimation jutsu and get the location of the buried data from him, it is basically impossible to retrieve it. And reanimation jutsu is a forbidden technique listed in the Book of Seals. For the time being, it's impossible for us as Uchiha to get it. Unless there's a chance if you become Hokage someday, forget about it for now. After hearing this, Tieni really wanted to tell his father that Uchiha Madara was still alive and well, and was still causing trouble. This guy will definitely choose his own agent from Uchiha in the future. Because of my appearance, there will definitely be more and more bigger changes in the future. The one who is chosen may not necessarily be Uchiha Obito. He or Fugaku are actually very dangerous. After all, they are brothers and meet the requirements. Thinking of this, Tianyi felt an even stronger sense of crisis. He immediately said to his father, "Don't worry, I won't think too much about it." "That's good." Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded in satisfaction. "Once you successfully obtain some more advanced sealing techniques from Tsunade, see if you can create or optimize a preservation seal or something like that. This way, we can be safer when we open the Sharingan eye-opening method and 3-Tomo Sharingan training method to some of our tribe members in the future. It can ensure to a certain extent that these skills will not be leaked through various channels. If it were someone else, he wouldn't have made such a request. But if it was Tianyi, Uchiha Nobuhiko felt there was still a chance. After all, Tianyi can always create miracles. A confidentiality agreement? I get it, I'll find a way." After hearing this, Tianyi nodded in understanding and agreed directly. Then he chatted with his father for a while and asked him about the security team, the family contribution system, and the education reform. After understanding the progress, he waited for his mother to prepare the meal, and after eating, he returned to his room and began practicing Chakra and Sharingan eye-opening method. The next morning, shortly after arriving at school, Tianyi was called to the principal's office by Tsunade, where he also met his homeroom teacher. After hearing that Tenichi was accepted as a disciple by Tsunade and could only go to school as shadow clone, and that his real self would follow Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu, the principal and the class teacher were very surprised. "I didn't expect that Tenichi-san would be chosen by Master Tsunade to be his disciple. Congratulations. There's absolutely no problem with using shadow clone to go to school. It's okay if you don't come. I've heard about Tianyi's recent performance and I know that you're making rapid progress in your studies. There's not much that school can teach you. From now on, you should study hard under Master Tsunade." The principal praised Tianyi, encouraged him a few words, and then directly agreed to the task. The head teacher stood aside and nodded repeatedly, but did not dare to speak. It is necessary for Shadow Clone to go to school. He is still young. In addition to studying, it is also important for him to interact with his peers. Tsunade listened, nodded slightly, and added, "Tsunade-sama, you are right. You are very thoughtful. Let's do as you say." After hearing this, the principal quickly agreed. "That's it, I'll take the person away first." With that, Tsunade took Tianyi and left the principal's office with the principal and the homeroom teacher. After Tianyi created a shadow clone to replace him in the classroom, he took Tianyi himself to the Hokage building. "Huh? Isn't this the way to the hospital, teacher?" Halfway through the journey, Tianyi asked with some confusion. Tsunade nodded affirmatively and said, "This is the way to the Hokage's building. The old man insisted that I take you to see him, so I couldn't help it." But, at this point, Tsunade suddenly stopped, waved her hand to cast an isolation barrier to cover her and Tianyi, looked at Tianyi with a serious face and warned, "I guess the old man will often come to you to ask about your well-being and talk to you in the future. You must be careful next time. That old fellow may not have good intentions towards you. He's probably trying to brainwash you and make you a tool for him to suppress and control the Uchiha in the future. Don't be fooled by him, understand?" Tianyi felt warm in his heart when he heard Tsunade's heartfelt words. He looked at Tsunade with emotion and nodded. "Yes, teacher, I'll remember that. I will be careful and won't be framed by him. You know, I'm not stupid. Hee." Tsunade smiled and pinched Tianyi's cheek and said jokingly, "Indeed, judging from your performance yesterday, you are actually a little fox. The old man wanted to brainwash you, but he made a wrong calculation from the beginning. It's good that you have a good idea about this matter. Pay more attention. That's it, keep going." With that, Tsunade waved her hand to dispel the barrier and continued to move forward with Tianyi. Although there seems to be no change, Tianyi can feel that Tsunade's steps are much lighter than before. Obviously, being honest with him about this matter helped her relieve a lot of psychological burden. "This is actually a stupid woman. Don't worry, teacher. I will never let you follow the tragic fate you were destined to have." Tianyi swore secretly in his heart. He is not a saint. but he is willing to give back enough kindness to those who are truly good to him. Soon, the two arrived at the Hokage building and went up to the second floor. Bump! While Tieni was looking a little stunned, Tsunade kicked open the door of the Hokage's office. The door slammed against the wall with a bang, making a cracking sound, as if it was howling. The third-generation member who was sitting at the desk and talking to Danzo with a sullen face looked over with some surprise and anger. When he saw it was Tsunade, only helplessness and headache remained on his face. He really had no way to deal with his disciple. He discovered that none of his 3 disciples was normal. Tsunade, can't you just open the door? I'll tolerate it even if you don't knock. This is already the 3rd door I've changed this month. The third generation rubbed his temples with his hands, speechless. Sorry, I'm used to it, Tsunade replied without any sincerity, then pulled Tieni to his front and said, Here, I brought my apprentice to you. If you have anything to say, hurry up. I still have to take him to the hospital to learn medical ninjutsu. The third generation's attention was immediately diverted. They looked at Tieni, gave what they thought was a kind smile, and were about to say something. But the next moment he was interrupted by Danzo. Etc. Danzo pointed at Tenichi with an angry look on his face and said to the third generation, Hiruzen, what do you mean? You handed this brat over to Tsunade? And let him become Tsunade's apprentice? Are you crazy? Obviously sending him for root training would be the most correct choice, but you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, chose not to do that and instead made him become Tsunade's apprentice. In this case, wouldn't this kid become the third generation's apprentice and a direct descendant of the Hokage? It even bears the mark of Senju. Do you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, know what this means? Is this an attempt to create another Uchiha Kagami? Or is it an attempt to create a disaster so that the Uchiha can have a chance to become a Hokage in the future? Danzo was really furious at this point. He couldn't understand third generation's actions at all. Danzo. The third generation was also angry at being slapped in the face by Danzo in front of Tenichi and Tsunade. They stared at Danzo with sharp eyes and scolded him. I remember I had already decided this matter with you. Tenichi is a potential medical ninja genius, and a staunch inheritor of the Will of Fire. I think it's appropriate for him to become Tsunade's apprentice. It's not your turn to make decisions on this matter. Do you understand?
At this point, the third generation gave Tieni an apologetic smile and said, I'm sorry. Little Tieni, I scared you.
Where? Tieni was flattered when he heard this and waved his hands. He looked at third generation with admiration and said, So the reason why Mr. Tsunade accepted me as his apprentice was because of your recommendation. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Ha ha. The third generation smiled when he heard this. He liked the way Tieni admired him. His choice was indeed right. Kaido said, Don't be so polite. Just call me Grandpa Hokage. Remember to learn from your teacher in the future. Grandpa, I hope you can become the backbone of Konoha in the future. Yeah, I will definitely work hard to contribute to Konoha. Tieni nodded firmly. Tsunade saw all of Tieni's behavior. He looked calm on the surface, but he was already complaining in his heart. What a pity, I was worried that this kid would be brainwashed by the old man and suffer at his hands. Looking at his current behavior, I am definitely overthinking it. Perhaps I should be more worried about the old man being fooled by him. If she had not been frank with Tieni before and she knew that Tieni was acting, she would have believed him. This kid is definitely a monster. She had a hunch that her teacher would never be able to beat Tieni. Danzo actually has similar feelings. Although Tieni acted very sincere and well-behaved, he admired the third generation very much. But for some reason, when he saw these, he felt they were disgusting, hypocritical, and hideous. He wished he could tear Tieni's face apart. But after looking at Tsunade behind Tieni, he finally held back. Because he knew very well that if he really dared to do so at this moment, Tsunade, this unruly woman, would definitely beat him to death with her super strength fist.